Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hey everybody, happy Wednesday. Yes, happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Most of you guys know that we are doing part 2 of the Richard Allen accidental interrogations. Yesterday, if you guys missed it, we did the interview / turned interrogation from 10/13/2022 with Richard Allen, and it had Tony Liggett and Steve Mullen as the investigators. And then today we are going to be covering the 10/26/2022, the one that is titled The Accidental Interrogation by Jerry Holman of Richard Allen, where Kathy Allen does come into the room. So you guys, I have a couple spoilers because people shared some clips, but I have not watched this thing in its entirety. So you guys, we're watching it together tonight. So thank you guys for being here. I know Sleuthy's going to come up, and then I think that we actually have R&M that might come up in a little bit too. So I'm thankful that they've both watched it already. I believe they both watched it already. Yeah. And so they won't be giving you the raw reaction, but I think their reactions are still priceless. So let me say hi to you guys real quick, and we're going to get started because it took us like 4 hours to get through an hour and a half last night. We'll see how this goes, because I dislike Jerry Holman more than I dislike the other two knuckleheads together. Angie watched it the second it hit. Actually, I think that she probably, I don't know if she watched it that night or not. Well, I'll see. So hey Aaron, I'll talk with you if you find a way that won't get us super hacked. Oh shit, I don't know what that's about, but okay. Hey Judge Jessica, I hope you're enjoying your Dr. Pepper. I grabbed myself one at the same time. Fresh. I needed a freshie. Nice cold one. Hi, Chelsea. Hey, Journey. I was getting sleepy nearly midnight here, so I just got snacks to wake me up for this. Yeah, get some snackies. Get the snackies. Let me see. Hey, Cooper. Quiet. Indeed, just watched his second interrogation, and his body language is too open to be lying. Those police have a lot to answer for. Okay, so I haven't seen it yet, so that's interesting. And it's just, like I said yesterday, I mean, I guess people are just going to take what they want to take from it. Like, we see things that other people don't see. Other people are seeing things that I didn't see in that first interview. I don't know what the difference is, and I don't know why some people see it one way and why some people see it the other. But as always, you guys know, I just have a simple rule here. I don't care what your opinion is on the case. Don't come trolling. No matter what opinion is you have, if you're just going to sit here and argue with people, or you're going to repeat, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty, or even if you're going to repeat, he's innocent, he's innocent, he's innocent, I consider that trolling. And the big rule is, don't be an asshole. That's it. So as long as you're not an asshole, you are welcome here. I don't care what your opinion on the cases that I cover are. So just remain respectful. Hi, Quietly Concerned. Hi, everyone. Oh, we meet again. What's up, Adrian? I missed your live last night. I was going to bed. I was trying to go to bed, but I had a tiny human who isn't feeling the greatest. So I'm going to have to go back and watch that. What's up, Unindicted? Hey, Joanna. Hi, Susie Q. Hey, Four Pits. What's up, Johnny? Johnny. Hey, Princess Buttercup. After the first video, I'm even more convinced he's innocent. That's what I said yesterday. I listened to the confessions, which is just a joke in itself. And then I've listened to the interview, obviously, with Mullen and Liggett, and I'm just like, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I'm not there. There was a couple people who popped in last night who said maybe I'll feel differently after watching this interview, and maybe I will. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, so we'll see. Hey, Law Junkie, you fell asleep last night? That's okay. I get it. I get it. Hey, Shauna. Hi, Hybrid. Good to see you, love. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Chris. I love your opening music. Thank you. I do too. I was sitting here singing it when I was going. Hi, Richard. Hey, Karen. Hey, American Night Mom. I love that name because I'm such a night mom. I'm so up at all night. Hey, Rotstar. What's up, Streets? Hey, Grendel. Hey, Percocent. Hey, J.O. Holman is snot a liar. Snot. No, he just has his deceptive tactics or whatever. Bullshit. Hi, Mandy. I also emailed Susie Q says, I also emailed the behavioral panel requesting a segment from them and with these two interrogations. We'll see if they pay attention, respond to a nobody citizen. I think that's great. Number one, that you did that. And I know that they are really based off of like what their community is interested in. So I think the more people, if you want them to look at these interrogations, I think it's important to make sure that you guys go. And I don't know if they have, you can just do, I don't know if they have like a different way to submit it besides email, but take a look at their page. They're the behavior panel on YouTube. They also, I believe they still have a website. I haven't been to it for a while, but I think they do. Hey, Chansey. Hey, Bree. What's up, BGOG? Hi, ATS. What's up, Lacey? All right, let me get down here and see. Hey, don't dox me. Don't dox me. It's a play on my fave band, American Nightmare. Ha ha ha, because I'm a mom. Yeah, I like it. Thank you for joining me for dinner and a shower. That sounds like Sleuthy. Constantly join her for bath time. That's gonna get clipped and taken totally out of context. It is what it is. Ya mama. What's up, Mar? Having watched the first interview now, I am convinced that Rick Allen is of above average intelligence and empathy, and he clearly adores his wife. I agree with you. Oh, okay. Well, okay. That's fine. I mean, they're going to be able to get them from a lot of people at this point. I think that more thumb drives have been going out, so that's good. Just don't let MS talk to them first. Yes, then maybe the behavior panel needs to do something on them. Call out the bullshit that those people fucking spew. Nasty fucks. Sorry. Hey, Ramblin'. Okay. All right. Let's get this party started. Let's get this party started and see what Mr. Holman has to say. So Sleuthy did say that apparently there's part of it that where Holman says the whole like whatever you I know you did it and I'm gonna prove it or whatever, that's cut out apparently. Hey, Free Ricky Bay. What's up, Kate? Holman makes me break out in a rash. Hey, Jindy. Sleuthy's here. Judging by that to you won't be buying the book. I don't need to buy their stupid book. If I actually wanted to read trash, I'd buy the National Enquirer. Plus, I mean, nobody should buy the book because it'll be free on a PDF. Why would anybody pay for that garbage? Yeah, can't stand that. There's very few people that I just fucking can't stand, and that they're just two of them. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, let me do a sound test real quick so you guys can let me know if you can hear what's going on. Hello, Yesty.
Which means absolutely nothing to you. This is a property record and receipt.
You guys hear that okay? True crime behavior Analysis is a newer channel, and the guy is amazing. He may be more receptive. They are from UK YouTube. He is, I wonder if that's the guy that I'm thinking of. What's up, Cleveland Rocks? Right? Unless they're going to come out with the actual truth. And unless there's something in their book that talks about all the leaks that they received from the fucking assholes like Jerry Holman. You can't believe shit they say anyway. That's what I was wondering, Sleuthy. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. What is it called? True crime behavior analysis. Is this the one? Didn't Bob have him on? I think that's why I'm thinking of him. If it's that guy or not. No, that's the behavior panel. No, I don't know. I don't see it. Hey, Thomas. True crime body language. Oh, okay. True crime body language. Let me see. I just want to see if this is that same guy. No, this isn't. This isn't that one. This isn't the one I was thinking of.
In this episode, I'm innocent, I'm lovely.
No, this isn't the guy I was thinking of. I don't think I've ever seen this guy. I don't think I've ever seen this guy. That's not the one I was thinking of. I don't know what that guy's name is that I was thinking. You guys know who I'm talking about? The one that went on Bob? Or Sleuthy say? Oh, really? Crime Circus has Holman saying that I'm going to prove it, quote. All right. Is that the part, Sleuthy, that was not in this one? Hey, grilled cheese. Honestly, classic overthinker. I don't even know. I'm thinking of never a truer word. I just want to see if that's it. That might be it. I just want to see the guy's face so I can say, yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Yes, you're right. Of course you are. I don't even know why the fuck I would question it. Of course you're right. What's up, Ron? Hey, Jennifer. Okay, let's see. That's interesting. I will check that out and see why one has it and one doesn't. So this one is from Tom's channel. So just a heads up. Same as yesterday, like I told you guys, I know that not everybody is a fan of everybody else in the Delphi, YouTube community, and I get it. I really, really do. But I do appreciate the fact that he put these out in their original versions. As far as I understand, they're not edited, but I've not talked to Tom to know that. So I'll share the link with you guys. It's also, his channel is in the description. If you don't want to sub, that's fine, but I would appreciate everybody that at least give the video we're watching a like, because we wouldn't be able to watch it if he hadn't posted it the way that he did. So it's the right thing to do. So, and if you want to sub, by all means, sub up. Sub it. Subbity, sub. Yeah, see, that's interesting. I don't know. I just want I want our copy to come so that we don't even have to question this. Like we would know like this is how it was sent to us, Have you seen the confessions that Channel 13 put out? Are they not the same ones that Tom already put out? Hey, Idaho Charlie, it's been forever. What's up? Hi, Luke. I needed you yesterday. I was in need of a Snickers. Okay. All right. So we're gonna get started. Sleuthy, you come up whenever you want to. So girl, I got you. So this is the interview that has the issue with the Miranda rights being read, where Holman testified that he didn't actually read Richard Allen his Miranda rights. What he did at the beginning was state that, like, oh, you remember your Miranda rights from when Mullen and Liggett talked to you, right? And then like there was this whole like kerfuffle about like whether this was in the time frame that he didn't actually have to read him his Miranda rights. Nick McClellan was writing back in his motion stating that he didn't need his Miranda rights because it was simply an interview. Then I did a live with Travis, who we went over everything that had to do, everything that constituted what an interrogation is, what a simple interview is, and what a custodial interrogation actually is. And everything that Jerry Holman did fit a custodial interrogation to a T. And ultimately, that means that he should have read him his Miranda rights, but he gets away with it by simply saying it was within the 14-day time frame, and so he didn't have to do it. But it is what it is. Been eyeing my Walmart brand Dr. Pepper, but drinking water like a good boy. You're so good, Thomas.
So this,
has she ever been late before, like over 10 minutes? Who, Cooper? Me? I've definitely been late over 10 minutes. Cooper, are you refreshed? That's right, Kate B. That's exactly it. That's why he gets away with it. I think Cooper needs to probably refresh the screens. Can somebody type that? Because I think they think I'm late, but I'm here. But it's probably because their screen didn't refresh when I went live. 4:30, I have a kitty vet visit, but I will be back for replay. Okay, kitty's okay. Just a normal checkup? We'll wait for Cooper. Cooper, tell us when you're here with us. We cannot begin without you. Hey, All Eyes, Holman changed his story about the Miranda rights 3 times 0 accountability for him fucking with this case. Absolutely. Well, first it was he didn't need to read him his Miranda rights because it was just an interview. And then he says that, he did, but the camera wasn't working. And that's when he reminded him of his Miranda rights. But he didn't need to, once again, because it was just an interview. And then when he gets actually called out for being a custodial interrogation, then he's like, well, it falls within the 14 days. He doesn't ask for a lawyer. That's the biggest thing. If I was in a room with Stephen Stearns, would you be as calm with him as Holman was to Richard? I don't think from just what testimony is that Holman wasn't calm with Richard, though. So, no. Yes, no. I don't know I don't really know how to answer that question because I don't think he was calm with him. But like I said, I haven't watched this yet, so we're gonna get there. Okay, is Cooper here with us? Hey, Ben, what's up? I got to make sure that Cooper is live with us. Yes, all good. Okay, perfect. Hey, who dis? While waiting for Cooper, go ahead and get out of Top Chat. Yes, friendly reminder. I do that shit all the time. I get stuck in Top Chat, and then I miss all kinds of comments or people replying to me. And then people are like, Teresa's an asshole. She doesn't even respond to me in chat. No, nobody ever says that. Nobody gives a fuck if I respond. They're just like, whatever, Teresa's an idiot. Anyway, here we go.
it's going to read kind of funny, but you'll see. So we seal everything. So sealed paperback containing 1 pair of dirty Thorgood boots, size 7.5 mins. And then on down. So we took the clothing that you had mentioned that you possibly could have been wearing the day you're on the bridge.
Okay.
And then we also took some knives.
Okay.
We took your car. And then we also took some weapon, a SIG 40, right?
Okay.
I just want to start this off by saying that those are not fucking sweatpants. Can we just say that? Fucking sleuthy, no way! Okay, that's fucking weird, dude. That is fucking weird. No fucking way, dude. That was crazy. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. Whoa. That was crazy. But those are definitely not sweatpants. Can we count how many times he says realistically in phrases like, I'm not lying, I can't lie? Yeah, because I'm a big fat liar. I pinch poke, you owe me a Coke. Hey, Sorcerer Tree. And Indiana Girl's like, once again, I was typing, but was behind. You call them swish pants? We call them track pants. All right, Sleuthy. That was fucking crazy.
That was super weird. Also, instead of guilty, Rick looks more like he's getting ready to break dance.
He really does. He's breaking it out because he's old school, because he's an old fool who's so cool.
You got Reeboks on?
Are those Reeboks?
Are they?
I don't know. I feel like they're New Balance. I think that once you hit 50, you have to wear New Balance.
Adidas britches. Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, Clyde Hope, in one of the chats I was in, someone said that he was wearing a satanic shirt.
It's a fucking AC/DC shirt. Oh my God. People just
A satanic shirt? No way.
get some culture, you freaks. Satanic shirt. Never heard of AC/DC. You got to be kidding me.
Oh yeah, that's right. He has nothing. He supposedly has nothing on him. That's a good thing you said that, because I forgot about that. Yeah, he supposedly handed everything over to his wife, which
you'll notice some. Well, you'll probably catch it, I'm sure.
Okay.
But at this point, we're told that he wore sweatpants, them are not sweatpants, and that he emptied all of his pockets. And Holman thought that was really suspicious because only guilty people, though they've never been to jail before, somehow know that when you go to jail, you can't bring nothing in your pockets.
Oh, such a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In another chat, someone said he's guilty because he doesn't look at the papers. Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like he's looking at the papers right now. All right, here we go.
Right there. I used to be a Beretta guy. I was in the Marine Corps. Yeah, I got the Berettas. And then when I first got on the state police, we had Berettas as well. And then we went to
Carmen! That I was thinking that. Didn't they take all of his fucking jeans? He doesn't have jeans to wear to this interview. They took all of his jeans.
That's a great point. And they took all of his black and blue hoodies or jackets.
They did.
Hats and boots.
It's not possible to wear jeans because they took them all.
That was a really good point.
Carmen, good job there. Yeah, and then said that his pants are sus. We took all your jeans, and so you didn't come in wearing jeans. You're sus.
Glocks for a little bit.
Sure.
And then we went to SIGs.
I was trying to think of what we even had. I think the Berettas were probably coming out just before I got out. Because they used to have the old 45s.
Beretta?
No, they were
Springfield.
I have no idea, honestly. They were the one government issued 45s.
Yeah, we had I think there were 40 Berettas. And I think when I came on in 2001 in the state police, we had Berettas, but we went to Glocks, not a huge fan of Glocks, but SIGs.
Mm-hmm.
If I could build an indoor range and afford the ammo, I'd shoot that thing every day.
Yeah.
You shoot yours?
I've not had a lot of experience, no.
No?
I mean, target practice here and there. It's probably been, I don't even remember. I haven't shot them in a long time, I know that.
Do they have like an indoor range in Delphi?
No, not that I know of. Honestly, I don't even know where. I haven't looked. There used to be one in Kokomo. That's the only thing I know.
Where you
That's
live
where I.
Yeah, and you live in town, so you can't go out your back door and shoot it.
No, I probably could. Probably wouldn't be a good idea, but
I live out in the
So,
country, so
wait.
I know my
Cleveland
closest
Rock
is like 2
says,
miles away,
and
so I shoot mine out there. I got like a ditch.
mhm.
I don't have an indoor range, but I have like a ditch I can shoot and
perfect.
stuff.
I just want to clarify because I was trying to in the comments, but
to work, like, to save my life.
I want to.
Salty
So,
32 fucking months. I'm telling you guys, Salty C, I think, is my very first member I ever had when I started this channel. That's
so
crazy.
at the end, it's at the very end. So what we know he says is, "You're guilty of something.
And I'm gonna fucking
I know
prove
it. I know it. You're guilty. I'm gonna fucking prove it," or whatever.
right.
The only part they cut out is the part where he says, "You're guilty of something."
Well, that's weird because it's in the transcript now. Is that in the
Not for
little
the jury.
is that in the little like glitchy, the one that we were talking about last night where it glitches to like the black screen?
It's in this one. It's as he's walking out. It's as Holman is walking out. That's what he says. And if
Okay.
you remember, that's the part where I said, I've always said, what gets me with that was he said that you're guilty of something. He had no idea. And then he arrested him for literally the highest crime we have.
Yeah.
So they for the jury, along with whatever else got cut out, him saying that he was guilty of something was cut out.
Okay. We'll have to see the timing on that too, because we did realize last night that it was only like that it was like 40 like 49 seconds, but it took us like a second and a half to get through it. But there was like 47 seconds or 49 seconds missing. It was weird.
Yeah. Kate, he wears like a size 7 shoe. He like
Well,
doesn't even wear men's size shoes.
He has 7.5. He has 8. I think he had 8.5. So if I go back to the inventory again, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he definitely has small feet, but he's a small guy.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, I'm with Nikki. I'm at the point where I'm officially there's not a. I don't think he has anything to do with it.
I don't think he sounds
So,
anything like the bridge guy.
no, not any. I mean, not any more than the 50,000 people we've compared to for 8 years, where we were all like, "Oh my god, that sounds just like Bridge Guy."
I'm here to tell you that
I don't know what his tiny feet though. I don't know how that makes him Bridge Guy.
I don't know, but whatever, I don't even know what channel did it. Somebody had a short that stuck out to me, and I always remember it. And it was Mike Patty saying "guys" and saying "down the hill," and like with the audio, it sounded exactly like. So that one always sticks out to me. I'd be more inclined to say that sounded like Mike Patty than I'd say that this sounds like Rick.
Well, remember we were talking about this when we were going over the Bridge Guy video, that there's like a it's not a lisp necessarily, but there is like a drawl to what is saying. Like
It was the one that DB like enhanced. You could hear the guys was like "guys," like instead of S, it was an SH.
Yeah.
Kind of like someone that has dip in their mouth.
We did say that too, that maybe that was possible. Charles says, I just said my toe was bigger. Well, shit. I mean, let's be real. Brad Weber's toe is bigger, and it doesn't even exist. So, I mean, we know he's tiny, but you know they couldn't be bothered to spend the money to actually get the height of Bridge Guy. So, all right, he has T-Rex arms. That reminds me of that old what fucking movie was that? I've got a big head and little arms.
Toy Story, you dingus.
No,
It's the T-Rex.
It's not. It's the big dinosaur. It's the cartoon. No, it's the big. It's not Rex. It's not T-Rex. It's the. Oh, Jesus criminy. It's the other one where they go to the future and shit.
Monster.
Meet the Robinsons. That's what it is. Meet the Robinsons. Yeah. Okay. So talking about this interview again, like we talked about with the other one, this obviously is a different precinct, different.
Oh, it is Meet the Robinsons.
You know, different setup. We don't have the gown curtain again.
They're at the Lafayette Post. It's a considerably smaller room with just this fat of a man.
Right.
big,
So
tall, fat man.
in this room, the way that he is set up is that Jerry Holman is in between
Him in the door.
Richard Allen and the door. The
And
door
it's
is
closed.
over here, and it is closed. So you can see the difference even at the beginning of this interview versus the beginning of yesterday's interview.
He's 100% not free to leave.
No.
Regardless of any, Holman could say you're free to leave, but if you think for 1 second that Rick Allen wouldn't stand up to go walk out and Jerry Holman wouldn't stop him, you're crazy. He also gets up like, oh, well, you don't know this yet, but he also, Holman gets up like 7 times and leaves and tells him to stay there. So,
yeah, making sure that he does not leave.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. So, like I said, these are the items that we took. These are the items that we're testing. Some tests take longer than others, as you know. So the lab wants me to ask a few questions just about to help us with the testing, and you'll understand when I ask you.
Okay.
So, for example, they took a lot of swabs. They're taking swabs off of everything.
Okay.
So what they want to know is, have you ever loaned anything out that we've taken? And again, I just told you what we took. I realized that, but mostly some of the major items that, have you ever loaned them out for a significant time? Because if, for example, my buddy's fuel pump went out in his truck, he said, hey, can I borrow your old truck? And I said, yeah. He said it's going to be 2 weeks and up being 5 or 6 months. That would be a significant time frame. That my buddy's DNA would be in that truck.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you've loaned out for besides your family members? We don't care about your wife's
Not
DNA.
that I can think of.
You never loaned a truck out, or your sorry, it's a Ford Focus. Is that what it is?
I mean, if I do, I certainly don't remember. Most of my family has vehicles, so extra vehicles.
Yeah.
So.
The same thing like my son.
Why didn't
I'll wear it for,
or the van, since he didn't really know what he was driving that day? Why didn't they?
Because there's no truck on camera.
Oh.
Can't get the truck, doesn't matter because it doesn't match what they have on camera. Not even close. So no need to take that truck. I'm still curious. Like, I would be very interested in what, obviously right now what we're getting is exhibits from trial. What we really need is discovery. We need the interviews with other people, like the interview with Kathy. Like, that's an interview we would need. Does she know what car she was driving that day? Because according to Rick Allen, in 2017, she was driving the black car. He was typically driving the truck unless he had to drive long distances for something.
Right.
Which Peru, he did not consider long distance. So I'm curious, like that's the kind of stuff that we really need to look at. It's stuff that isn't brought up in court because the state didn't want it brought up,
Yeah, they were hardly allowed to bring up anything.
Charles says, I thought we always had discovery. No, we don't have discovery in this case. They're keeping all that under wraps and telling us that they can't, that it's tied up with the appeal, even though it's not.
That was a joke, silly goose.
Oh.
The leaks.
Oh, yeah, all the leakies. We always had discovery. That's true. Fair point.
Lunch or something like that. But, or my son-in-law, he'll spend money on guns. He's a gun freak. He likes to buy guns, and then he'll be like, hey, can I borrow $500? And then he'll give me one of his guns as collateral, and then when he gets the money back. Anything like that you know of? Okay. So I'll let the lab know that. That's one of the big things. And then, like I said, some of the tests are already back. I do want to talk to you about one of the tests that we got the results back.
According to him, it shouldn't, and that he doesn't think that's his car. But he's like, even if that is my car, I know I drove around there that day. I don't know which direction. I don't know I don't know. He says, I don't know. But according to his original statement, he drove up through town, went up on Main Street, and then went over and went up that little road where he's trying to show them, but it's not actually on the map because they did not put on the map the other parking areas. And then they're trying to get him to say he parked at the old CPS parking lot, and then asking about all the ways that he could have gone through or could have gone there. But he won't admit that that's his car. He's like that. You guys want me to say that's my car? I can't say that's my car.
Oh, the other thing is, any of these knives or the gun, did you have that the day that you recall having that with you on the day of the 13th when you were out there on the bridge?
No.
You don't remember if you did or you didn't?
I didn't. I just went out for a short walk that day.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this, Rick. I appreciate you being cooperative with me. I want to talk about the results of your handgun, okay?
Okay.
So, handguns, as you know, probably, you may know more about them than I do. I don't know a lot, but they're very specific as far as the.
He just said that he doesn't know a lot about handguns. Fucking idiot. Woo, looky who's here. Hi, beautiful.
Check your DM. My friend just sent me another one. I'm gonna send it to Angela. She might like it. She might need to see it.
Okay.
Hi, Ange.
He says he doesn't
Hi.
know anything about handguns. Fucking liar. So you've watched this whole thing, right, Ange? Because I still haven't watched it. I've never seen this one.
I watched it last night for the first time, and my brain almost flew out of my head. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, I was gonna watch it last night, and then we ended up talking for 4 hours about the other interview, and I'm like, that's just crazy. We cannot do two. We talk too much.
We were going to do the calls. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just reading.
No, we were going to do the calls too, and everyone was like, "This sucked. We don't want it. Like, no more, please." So I haven't listened to all the calls yet.
I have to do that on a different stream.
They were very difficult for me. And I'm like not like emotional, like I don't mean to sound like a psycho, but like I'm not a Bob.
Right.
Like I don't cry like at all the things. Like I'm not you know, I say that, like I love Bob to death. Like but I'm just not like Bob.
He's Italian, you know.
Well, so am I, but like
That's true.
But that first call, I mean, I was just like, I don't know. I guess I don't know.
That one hit all of us. I think it was just hearing
the first one. You mean
hear him shaking?
The first one. Oh, how? What did I do? As soon as we heard his voice, I was like, done.
Angela didn't make it like but a nanosecond. I made it most of the way. I thought just saying like, this is terrible, this is really sad was like enough. And then I would like
once you started talking about it, after it was over, once you started talking about it, the more you were talking about it, you were getting emotional. Yeah, it sucked.
Because the way he was and like the shake, like you could tell he was shaking. And I guess I just felt like the way that he was being is not something that like you could have faked. It was like and it got worse with Kathy crying. And so what stuck with me then with the rest of the videos is that even when she was crying and breaking down and could barely speak, he was just totally flat, like did not get emotional at all. And it just didn't seem normal compared to the other ones. Cause I don't know, but they were hard. I don't know if I'll be taking part live in like that.
I think I'm going to do the calls.
Sorry, that's my kid.
No, you're fine. Tiny humans are tiny humans. I'm probably gonna do the calls. I was thinking maybe tomorrow, but I have back to school night tomorrow, so I don't know. But I'm gonna do the calls separately, because I think that there's a lot to unpack that people are missing from the first calls to the last calls, and also with the timeline of the Haldol and Walla Walla Bing Bang's visits and whatnot. So. I don't know if who this. I'm more like you. It hit me and made me
So am I.
emotional. But it didn't make me tear up. I think it was just it was kind of like a punch to the gut. Like you're hearing for the first time the impact of what this situation had on both of the people. That's kind of where I came from with it. Like it was just like a holy shit. Could you imagine? For me, it was like, can I imagine my husband just being locked away in a fucking prison and who knows what the hell's happening to him and I don't get to talk to him? That's kind of where I came from with it. Like it just hit me.
I was like, what the fuck did you people do? Like, if I was Holman and I sat and I listened to that phone call, I'd be like, this is where we get him. Like, this is how we get him. Like, I would know for sure that this is exactly how we get him to say whatever. And they sure did.
Right. And I agree with this statement. Like it is, I think it's harmful to listen to the calls without a timeline of the mental health and medication.
Lucy and I are just talking about that today. We're working on something so that, because it's like, yeah, it matters a lot. It's actually, I don't think we should even have the calls without the full context of what was going on in the world around him immediately before, during, and after, because it changes everything.
I'm going to put the info together and Angela's going to put together like something nice. We want to do like a bunch of things that we don't have time to do, but we're very, we have very high motivation, I guess, to do like a bunch of things. And she wants to do like
that's like my whole life.
Yeah, like a diagram and a one diagram that's going to be able to show all the things. And but yeah, and one of the things that we noticed that we're getting really annoyed about the video or the calls was how like the first two or whatever, I don't even know exactly how many, it wasn't very many of them. It would do the normal, you have 1 minute. And then a minute later it would cut them off. And then like once he started confessing, these recordings would last way less time. And it no longer would give them a warning that it was 1 minute left.
Yeah, they were just cut off.
He would say something and then it would cut right off. It would just end. So that's suspicious to me because I have never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, so that's why I said you guys can have your high aspirations on what you're going to do with them. I'm going to do a live and use my spreadsheet. So that's about as far as I'm going to go with that. So you guys
I've been asking her to make a documentary. I've been asking her really to do like a, you know how Turtle Boy has like his framed video.
I watched that today for the first time after you sent that to me.
You watched it? Yeah. So like it's like a shorter, I don't remember how long it is. Maybe even 30 minutes.
I think it's like 30. It's like exactly 30, I feel like.
Yeah. And it's just like for everybody that's never heard of it before, you can go and get like a whole quick synopsis of a bunch of stuff, but it is compelling. Like it's not just this is what happened at this time on this day on this, like all the other stuff was added to it too. So if I was like, if you could like come up with a way to somehow shut all that down into like 30 minutes. Yeah, I saw that. I do think he needs to. But for this case, I think that would be great. Like even to share for people that are going to be coming in, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's one thing that we don't have. And like, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just have something like that started, not in a quick succession, I guess, like that. But I mean, I do have. I mean, it could be, I guess.
Yeah,
we could do it.
I feel like this case is so like the breadth of this case, even compared to. I mean, it's just
a lot.
It's a lot, and it's
8 years. I mean,
and sometimes it's like, well, you don't need everything, like just up until Rick's arrest, and it's like, not really. Like you and there's no quick kind of overview for people. So yeah, we'll come up with something, but
it's really hard to figure out what to cut out.
Right.
Like, because all
you feel like everything is important. Well, that's why we're gonna do a long one too. So I mean, we'll All right, we're gonna do the calls. I'm gonna try to do the calls tomorrow, but I don't know if I'll be able to. So it's just gonna depend on scheduling. Otherwise, it might be over the weekend. or Friday. Maybe we'll have to do a Delphi Friday. I was going to do my Delphi bullshit live on Friday. We'll see. Anyway, let's get back to this because right now,
Oh, that sounds fun.
yeah, Friday night bullshit live.
Yeah, that sounds real fun.
Yeah, possibly going to do that. Hey, woman. Okay, so back to Holman.
Characteristics of the gun. So the firing pin is different from yours as far as probably you may be being cooperative with me. I want to talk about the results of your handgun. Okay.
Okay.
So handguns, as you know, probably you may know more about them than I do. I don't know a lot, but they're very specific as far as the characteristics of the gun. So the firing pin is different from your firing pin. The extraction device is different from my extraction device. And they're basically what the lab has told me is that they're like fingerprints. They're specific to that gun and that gun only. Okay. So we took your gun, your 40 cal SIG, and we sent it down there to the lab to have it matched with an item that we located on February the 14th when we found the girls.
Okay.
And that item was a 40 caliber Winchester round. We found that at the scene.
Okay.
The extraction marks on that round match your gun.
Perfect.
So
he's like, no, they don't. Like, you're fucking lying.
He literally laughs. Like, that's absurd. Oh, well, wrong. He should have just said that.
He should have been like, wrong. He's like, where's Elvis? He's like, he thinks it's bullshit right now. He's like, no, that's ridiculous.
Okay. No, just hear me out. I'm just trying to. So this is the round. Okay. Those are the extraction marks. That's the best picture of them. There's actually 3 of them. That's the same round that we found. Okay. And like I said, the methodology that they use is scientific, and they were telling me, and this is the report. You can read it if you wish.
I don't need to read it.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you. You know, let me tell you something.
Okay.
You know, the prosecutor and the other investigators, they want to see you lock you up, throw away the key. I don't think you're
ridiculous.
Just listen to me for 2 minutes. Let me explain this to you. I'm on your side. I talked to you a little bit out there on the scene. I know you mentioned.
I thought they had no intention. I thought they had no intention of arresting him. Yet one of the first things out of his mouth is the prosecutor and the whatever he said wants to lock you up forever or whatever he said. But they had no intention of arresting him.
He'd say, no, that was just deceitful tactics. And I was just, trying to make him think that I was the good guy. I was like a good guy, good cop, bad cop kind of thing. This is stupid. Just like Rick says, I couldn't agree. This is stupid. Yeah, I'm on your side. I love you and we should be best friends. And, I'm here to help you out. Rick's like, I did all this 13 days ago, you idiot. Hold on.
Oh, I thought I lost you.
No, I was getting a message. Okay. My Jerry voice. You like my... All right, here we go. I just know I can't. I do not like Jerry Holman. This guy is such a piece of shit.
You also mentioned to me the other day when I was telling you, hey, I want to check the property out, make sure there's no damage, and you said, doesn't matter, it's over. You made comments like that to me that really concerned me.
Sure.
Right. It's concerning.
And what I mean by it's over is that you've already started something here that there's no backing out of. So you've done, the damage is done, I guess is what I'm saying. That's what I would have been referring to.
Okay. And I agree with that. We have started this. We've been working on this for a long time, and all the evidence is clearly indicating you're involved in this. And listen to me, Rick. I don't believe you're the.
Which evidence? Because you only said one.
But all the evidence, you say you're out there. We have witnesses out there. We have your vehicle. We have experts. We have experts that say that's you on the video and that's your voice on the video.
Okay.
Look at him. He's fucking laughing. He's like, you're fucking kidding. You're a liar. Okay, sir. Okay. Sure you do. Sure you do. all this evidence.
Experts, not me. I'm not an
I
expert.
gotcha.
Okay, and now we have your round
Mm-hmm.
at the scene,
Okay.
not on the bridge. You said you're on the bridge. Well,
I don't even know how my bullet would have gotten out there if that's my bullet.
it's without a doubt that this is very
Okay.
scientific. So
Fucking
let me
asshole.
show you a picture of this round where it was found. That's the round right there. It hadn't been out there very long. That is Liberty's foot. It's within 6 inches of one of the dead girl's bodies.
There's no way.
There is.
I'm telling you, there's not.
How did that round get there, Rick?
I don't know how the round got there. What I'm telling you is, if that is truly what you're saying it is, it's not my round.
The scientific experts are saying, I got a report saying that round came from your gun.
Okay, but understand this.
You were on the bridge.
I told you I was on the bridge.
Listen, right now, like I said, I got a prosecutor and investigators ready to lock you up. And if you don't give us a narrative, if you don't tell us your side of the story, there's 2 sides to every story. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you.
I get that.
The media is going to portray you as this monster, and you don't want your wife.
And it's already going to get there anyway. So
yeah. So this is your chance to tell us exactly what happened.
Unlike some people, most people, I care what people think about me, and
then you do.
You've already set that ball rolling.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get out in front of it, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day?
I can't tell you what happened that day.
You can tell us. There's no doubt in my mind that the evidence clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Are you the mastermind behind this? I don't know.
Mastermind, okay.
Did somebody else set this up?
No, he is so just like Jerry Holman. What the fuck are you talking about right now?
He's literally like, I think he understands that at this point now, which is why I don't know why he agreed to this, but I do at the same time. Someone said in another chat that like people have, for whatever reason, I do think this is true, have like a desire to like not leave things unfinished. Like they want to get it squared away, like right now. And so, but I just think that this interview, he knows now like what they're doing. And it just still seems so absurd to him. I mean, he's laughing more in this one than he did in the other one. Like it just sounds absolutely so absurd to him that he doesn't think that it's real.
No, he
or will play out.
Of the guy's mouth.
And also, something interesting here is every opportunity that he's given to explain something away, he doesn't take it because he like can't fathom an explanation.
No, and he's like, "You're the master." Like, we don't think you're the mastermind. He's like, "Mastermind." Oh, okay. Like, here we go. Let's go ahead.
Meanwhile, the man's sitting here and like can't take a shit without asking his wife first.
Right.
But he's the mastermind.
Well, not according to Jerry. Just according to the people who want to lock Rick up, which is not Jerry, because Jerry's his friend. No, I don't think he really understood the depravity that he was going to be in when dealing with these people. I just don't really think he thought people are this bad.
I think he knew that they were looking at him, but I didn't think that they knew that come hell or high water, no matter what, he was going down. You don't like to think that police will do something like that to you. And then you think, well, even if these people are pieces of shit, surely like the prosecutor will be like, this is nothing. And then you're like, oh, well, the prosecutor is also a piece of shit. Surely the jury, like I'm telling the truth, I didn't do it. So surely the jury will know that. Kind of like how you said with Todd Mullis. Like, I think people have this impression that like, if they know they didn't.
I thought we lived in America where like you guys had to actually prove that I did something and I didn't do it. So if I didn't do it, there's no way you can prove I did something I didn't do.
Exactly. And
I think he's thinking the same thing here. Like he told Mullen and Liggett, or just Mullen because Liggett wasn't in the room anymore. He told Mullen, like, you guys can't, you can't, I am not worried because you can't do anything. Like, there's nothing you have.
Yeah.
You cannot have anything on me because I didn't do anything. So, like, you keep going with your storytelling here, but I'm done.
Sad, man.
It's just crazy to me to, like, we're watching the downfall of a man who was literally doing nothing but going to work at CVS and hanging out with his wife and watching some porn on the computer. Like, let the guy fucking be, man. Leave him alone. There's an inherent trust in cops for the most peeps, and Rick is a people pleaser in that he cares what people thinks about him, his daughter, and his wife. Well, yeah, I agree. Right, Cuff? I agree. That's exactly the whole point behind this. Is like people are blind to not think that this could happen. This could be your brother. This could be your father. This could be your husband. This could be your wife. You know what I mean? Like, this could be anybody.
For sure. And I just want to say, like, anytime I hear someone say that, like, the police the police framed him, I guess, or are you suggesting that they framed it? Like, I automatically think people are thinking, like, planted his DNA someplace at the crime scene, or took his gun and put it there, and then, like, things like that. And that's not at all what I think. I think when I think of them, like, quote, framing someone, I think of it exactly like this, where they are 100% convinced that you're the person that did it, and so they will manufacture evidence to make it fit you. So they can't put Rick's DNA at the scene, but they don't know who else's DNA is at the scene. So, like, they can't see a license plate on the car, and they can't really tell. And he's saying he might not have been driving that car that day, but because he owns a car that looks similar, maybe, then they can maybe convince a jury that that's them. And unfortunately, I don't think, to be honest with you, that juries even look that close at shit. Remember we talked about this, Teresa, with the Coburger thing when we were trying to do that ridiculous map? And I was like, the sad part about this is that a cop is going to get on the stand and they're going to, like, show this diagram of where they mapped out where this car was cited, and the jury's not going to look into it and be like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. How could he have gotten there without passing that other camera? They're just going to say, well, if this is the path that this cop is telling me they went, then that must be the path.
Right. And even though, like, we went, like, deep into it, and there's at least 3 spots where his car just magically appears on another camera without it showing up on the cameras it would have had to have been on to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for it to be the same car. Like, yeah. I think we're in a similar situation, even though I feel differently about the Idaho case. This case, it really is, and I think Huda says it too. It's like they're pinning it on him versus framing him. And we talked about this yesterday, when we were live too. What they have is they have these puzzle pieces, and they are taking whatever they can from Rick to make that work into these, as these puzzle pieces. And anything that's left over that doesn't fit into the puzzle, they're just throwing away instead of actually doing anything to investigate it. And the perfect example,
some of it they're literally destroying, like,
literally,
so that it can't come back up. They're destroying it.
So, like, if people don't actually see that they didn't investigate this case, they are taking a person, they made a decision. There's a tip narrative that's found that says, I saw 3 girls, and immediately the testimony from the officers is, we knew we found Bridge Guy, without actually having any fucking evidence of anything, because he saw 3 girls instead of 4 girls, number one, but that seems to be irrelevant to anybody who absolutely thinks he's guilty. But the perfect example of it comes back to the damn car. If you can tell me that is his car, then you would have known from the get-go, when you had the Hoosier Harvest Store video, what type of car it was, what color it was, it had sunlight rims. You would have searched the entire area for anybody who had that type of car, because you would have had to have proven that car is the one you believe that killed, is the driver of that car is the one who killed the girls. Now you find that car, you search the area, see if anybody has that car, and you go interview those people. They didn't do any of that until Rick Allen was already at trial. So anybody who doesn't see that they're literally taking the evidence to make it match Richard Allen versus finding evidence to actually arrest the correct perpetrators, your vision is like backwards. I don't know how else to tell you, because that's not how investigations work. It's so frustrating to me, and it's like, as happy as I am to be able to like have these public and watch them, I'm just disgusted. I'm disgusted watching this happen. Like, we know the outcome and he doesn't. So he's sitting here and he's chuckling and he's having a good time. And he's like, yeah, okay, guys, yeah, keep going. You guys are fucking idiots. Good luck trying to prove that, because it's never going to happen. And then it's like, well, just wait a couple years, Rick, because it does. And that's fucking scary. Yeah, if your theory doesn't fit the evidence, you should change your theory. They are determined to gaslight Rick into changing his statements to what they want him to say to fit their narrative. I don't know how people don't see that.
I just want to say, because I'm like I talk too much. And so you don't get to see the stuff. And then people are mentioning things, including myself, that are further along. And a lot of people mention like his interaction with Kathy. And I just want to remind everyone, as you're watching this, that as we're watching this, Kathy's being talked to by others. And we don't know what they're showing Kathy. If they're showing Kathy, a woman, a mother, pictures of dead children in the woods. We don't know what they're saying to her. Other than we do know that she's spilling her guts about his mental health issues and the incident that everybody refers to as a domestic violence thing, which it wasn't. And they're telling her over and over again that he was on the bridge and he's bridge guy and that's his voice and he killed the girls and that's his bullet and that's his car. And so Rick lives for the way that others, but especially Kathy and his daughter, think about him. So after Holman tells him in this interview that they've told Kathy all this crazy shit and that Kathy thinks that that's him, but that he's a good person. She still thinks he's a good person. And that she wants to know why that round was at the crime scene. I guarantee you, regardless of whether you can see it on him or not, he's thinking, oh my God, what all have they filled in her head about me? So I think what you see when he comes to interact with Kathy is anxiety about what Kathy's thinking about him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, what have you guys done to my wife?
Yeah. Well, and then after she comes in there, this whole thing takes a turn. And I just know that that's because he was fucking pissed that his wife was so upset and confused and all that. And his wife being confused and upset has nothing to do, in my opinion, with her thinking that he's actually guilty. And I don't think that he was manipulating her in the sense that he knew he killed her. He knew he killed them and he was trying to get her to side with him. I think it was just, I need you to reinforce that you know that I would never do anything like this. Like if I got arrested today, like I would absolutely be looking at my mother and be like, I would not do something like this.
I can't comment on the Kathy interaction. I haven't seen it yet. So
I know, go ahead. I just don't like it because it's like people, and I'm not saying any particular person here did this, but people are like attributing things to Kathy when they're not taking into account the entire circumstance that she was in. Like, and these people don't know nothing about being in trouble with the law. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I just think it's not fair. I don't care if you think that Rick was trying to manipulate her, but in terms of her behavior, I don't think it's fair to only look at what she says and does here as if it's in a vacuum, because it's not. There's a whole ass scenario happening around it. So I'll shut up now.
No need to shut up. Unindicted. Is it possible to FOIA Kathy's interview? Yes, and it has been requested and it has been denied by multiple people, by multiple departments, and for whatever reason, all of those are now being forwarded straight to Nick McClelland to deny. And then they started using a verbatim email from Judge Gohl on why they're denying it, which is all not. It make the reasoning makes no sense. So. Yeah, and Samantha, you're fine. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't have an opinion. I can't share my opinion with you on it. I haven't seen it yet. Let me see. There was something else in here that I wanted to say that somebody said, and I wanted to follow up with them before
Samantha,
I started.
you're I'm just being honest. Your comment is what made me go on that rant, but it's not a rant at you. It's what I've been seeing everywhere about Kathy's, reactions and stuff.
I don't know what it was. There was another comment in here that somebody made. If I find it again, I'll go back to it. But I am of the opinion, yeah, that you have these people that are gaslighting the shit out of people. So, the public has been gaslit up until this point of this interview for 5.5 years. So I don't know. I'll give you my opinion on the Kathy stuff when we get there.
I also wouldn't be surprised if not this one, because we're obviously not watching it, but the interview that they're doing of Kathy right now is likely not the first interview of Kathy either. So they've been planting shit in her head. Like, you know what I mean? They've already searched her house. This is very traumatic. This is traumatic for people who do get in trouble with the law. It's incredibly traumatic for people that have never been in trouble with the law. It makes me sick too. MB.
All right, here we go.
I don't know, Rick. I want to know. You're involved in this. Are you the mastermind?
It's already going to get there anyway, so.
Yeah. So this is your chance to tell us exactly what happened.
Unlike some people, most people, I care what people think about me, and
then you do.
You've already set that ball rolling.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get out in front of it, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day?
I can't tell you what happened that day.
You can tell us. There's no doubt in my mind that the evidence clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Are you the mastermind behind this? I don't know.
Mastermind, okay.
Did somebody else set this up? I don't know, Rick. I want to know. And only you know. The truth will set you free. That's it.
Yeah.
The truth will protect you from the
Well, that's what I would have thought.
Well, tell the truth. Tell me how this round got next to one of our girls, in between both girls.
I don't know.
You do know. And if you don't tell me, you're going down for this.
Okay.
I'm serious. This is not.
If you don't tell me how your round got there, you're going down for this. So therefore, if you do tell me you're not going down for this,
basically, but we all know that that's not true.
No, this is all. I've always
This is the read technique. He wants an answer. He doesn't care what it is. It's just, so imagine how frustrating it is for this fatty to be sitting here and studying the read technique, right? He's like gone on these trips where he's taking these classes and everything else, and he really thinks that this is going to be fruitful. And the only thing you got to do with the read technique is get an answer, right? Fatty's like, he just has to answer. Any answer will do. It doesn't matter what it is. And this fool won't answer because he says he can't. Imagine how frustrating that is for Jerry for over an hour, where there's no wrong answer except for not being able to give one at all. And that's the only response that he gets. I can't give you an explanation.
Jay.
Jay. I believe you.
You know what, Jay? I believe that I absolutely believe that, but I think she'd just order pizza because she wanted it. But Samantha, I guess I'm gonna ask you the opposite. There's not one person who knows Rick Allen that has come forward and said they think that he could have done it.
Not a single one. Not for
Nobody.
sentencing.
Nobody tipped him in. Nobody in Delphi, none of his friends, none of his family, nobody tipped him in. There is no matter how many times we were told by people, that were on the inside that, they had these confidential informants that were going to come forward from his family and say anything. Nobody has ever said they believe he did it.
Not even after his arrest, but not even after he was found guilty and convicted. At that point, you are a convicted child murderer. And still, none of these people have come out to tell us what a weirdo he was, what a terrible person he was, knowing he was convicted of killing 2 girls.
He used to do all these crazy things when we were young.
Nothing. Literally nothing.
So I could take that 2 ways. People aren't coming out and defending him. People aren't coming out and saying that he's guilty.
Well, who's going to come out and defend someone who's been convicted of murdering 2 children? Like, that takes
Look what happens when you do. Imagine having to live there.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's really not hard to figure out why, I would imagine it would be way easier for someone to come forward not in support of him that knew him than it would be because then you feel like you're just, then you get the whole, I can't believe you had the audacity to say that. You have no respect for the victims. How dare you say that about him? So like, really, there's no point at all in coming forward to support him. Like the people that do, his wife, she gets shitted on nonstop because she's supporting him. She was literally accused. Was it before trial? I think it was. Remember, they were going around talking about how she was going to be charged because she knew everything. She was an accessory or whatever.
Well, that's what they were trying to do, because they interview her again at the house without him on the 18th of October. So in between the 2 interviews that we've watched, they've gone and interviewed her without Rick being around when Rick was at work. And then you can see this is when Rick Allen gets really pissed. Like, everything that you're doing with my wife, like, you're going to end up paying for that, because like, this is crazy.
I mean, they're definitely trying to manipulate her into help us. If you know something, we don't want you to get in trouble. And this is all happening in the next room here. Also, if we find something and we find out that you knew A, B, or C, then you're going to be charged too for being accessory or conspiring or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
The dirty shit that they do to people, you have to take all of it into account. You can't just, I don't know. You just can't.
It might have been Critical Overthinker in chat. It might have been your comment that I wanted to respond to earlier that I couldn't find. If it wasn't, I apologize, but I had said something earlier about him watching porn. And then I think it might have been your comment where you said I thought they didn't find any porn. The only reason I said that was because in his we talked about it yesterday. So if you haven't watched yesterday's, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense. But in the interview with Mullen and Liggett, when they're asking to look at his phone, and he's like, I don't know if I want you guys looking at my phone. Like, we were kind of talking like, is there
no, go watch the other one, because we brought up good points in the other one.
We did bring up good points in the other one, but
like,
that's why I had said
probably
that,
on somebody's
even if it was like a private stash, like between him and his wife, like thinking like, I need to talk to my wife before you guys just go download my phone. Like, there could be pictures on there of like myself, my wife, like, I don't know if I want that out there, and that affects her too. So that's why I said that. I didn't mean like anything connected to like the the CSAM or anything like that. We were just talking about like their own personal, like a personal collection. So I want to make sure that I clarify that for anybody who's watching today, that it wasn't.
We also talked about porn. People that watch porn, for some reason, it's like taboo, I guess. Like, people like, I don't want you to see that I look up like big black cocks or whatever. Well, people will like not want you to see their search history because it's embarrassing to them, when really no one cares.
We kind of related it to Todd Mullis when Todd Mullis had to testify. Jay's like, whoa.
Sorry, I'm just saying, like, some people just are not comfortable with that. Even if, yes, it is healthy. I fully agree. But
you do what you got to do. You know? I ain't mad at you. Hold on. So, hey, Lynn, it's good to see you. I know you're probably going to get a lot of hate in this chat because there's obviously, I know that you're very pro that Richard Allen is guilty. But I want to talk about this coworker thing because we did touch on that. If you didn't watch yesterday's, please watch yesterday's when it comes to this too, because we talked about this coworker situation. You say coworkers. I've only really heard one that came out in multiple on multiple platforms. Who said that there was like sexual harassment at Walmart, and that they transferred him out of that store due to that harassment. But if you actually go through his work history, he was transferred and promoted. So I just don't know if I really buy that. If you have somebody else
It's bullshit.
that I haven't seen, like, let me know, because I'm telling you, like, I was a manager at Walmart at the same time. They were not going to take somebody who had been accused of sexual harassment in store and promote them to another store.
Debunked.
We were
like the geofence.
We were kind of so if you have other people, please, like, I'm all ears, but the one that I'm aware of, that came out on multiple platforms, I think she's a liar. And from my personal experience in retail management, specifically with Walmart at the time that Richard Allen was a manager at Walmart, it ain't going to happen. They would have been fired. So if you have something else, please let me know. I had a coworker quit and say it was because I was the devil. I did not show that toe. That was Sleuthy.
That was Angela. She put her hands up on purpose so you wouldn't know that it was her.
Listen, a joking matter.
I'm not joking.
You're this
Do you
close?
realize what you've done to me? This is like, you've talked to the people I work with. You've talked to my neighbors. I've got anxiety. I got all kinds of stress and depression. And one of the big things is you can not even think something about me, but if I think you think something about me, it bothers me. And that's already done because people out there already know that you think I did something.
I don't think
and I didn't.
Okay. Rick, I don't think that. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in my seat,
the evidence clearly indicates that you were involved, but I don't think you were. I don't think that. That's
I love Chase. I love Chase so much. I do. I love him so much.
I don't know. They're still going to find it, Jay. They're going to find it.
Unless, you know what? You could reach out to Jennifer McCabe because somehow she knows like how to delete the things where they'll just disregard it in court, and also change the timestamp somehow. So you can say that it happened like long before you ever had your phone, I guess.
Ducking felonies. That's true. I just don't think. Yeah. Somebody get a hold of Jen. She'll tell you how to hook that right up.
I had you saying you're out there, witnesses saying you're out there at the same time the girls.
Liar.
And now, after a search warrant of your house, we find a gun, your gun. Have you owned that gun, right?
I do.
When did you buy it?
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember.
2001. I'll check for you. I know a lot of the answers to the question I'm going to ask you, but I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to be honest. Okay. That's why I asked the question. So you bought it in 2001 in Peru.
Okay.
And I asked anything out. I gave you scenarios. No. So that's your gun. Either you had that gun or somebody had that gun, because there's no way that round gets on that property where these two girls were killed without that gun being there. And you're there, your car's there, witnesses say
there is no way a round from my gun was anywhere near the girls, the bridge. It just didn't happen.
That's hardcore eye contact right there, where he's like, no, you are wrong.
He's like dumbfounded. Like when you just like stare at somebody because you're like, what? Like you're trying to figure out like just what What are you even talking about? He looks at them, and I noticed this with Liggett and Mullen also. He looks at the interrogators more than the interrogators look at him.
Well, yeah, because they know they're full of shit.
Yeah.
They're the fucking liars.
Lynn,
I do.
Lynn,
I
I'm not
do.
gonna, just because Teresa's always so kind to Lynn. So like
I like Lynn.
I'm not gonna be a
know
dickhead.
I know people
But
get really frustrated because she's so pro guilt. I get it.
I just have to apply this equally to everybody. And I just said this the other night. Like I can't understand being so convinced and secure with Rick being guilty and this conviction to where I would give a flying fuck to watch a single interview, phone call. Like, I don't know why hang around instead of moving on to something else if you feel whole and satisfied. Other than to be like contrarian. Because there are people here who don't really, like, they don't think that he's innocent, or they think he might have did it, but he definitely got railroaded. And then there's people here that do just think that he did it, was convicted. They're totally cool with it, and they're just different. It's less spammy. It feels very spam. I'm just being honest. Sometimes with some people, it feels very spammy, like not answering questions that others are asking to try to like garner an actual conversation. It's just, he did it. He's guilty. You believe he's innocent? Ha 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 ha. Like, it's not like productive. And that's how I feel.
I understand that. That's why I did say at the beginning, like, anybody who does come in, no matter who it is, if you spam the chat, guilty, 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 or if you spam the chat, innocent, 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 it's considered the same thing. It's just trolling and trying to control the chat and throw off the conversation. So, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah. I really do. It's just so tough because, like, and I say this with every case, like, there's people who I watch other cases with, and we agree 100% on everything, and we get along, and we talk, and we get through all the same points. And then, so it's like, I don't want to argue with people because they don't agree with me on this case. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, the next 6 cases, we agree on everything, but now I've like fought with this person all the time. So
you can even argue, like, just don't be a fucking asshole. We did a whole Ask Koberger live. We argued multiple times about different things.
Yeah.
About the case, and like, it was fine. Because we actually articulate the reason that we're arguing. It's not just like,
why I think guilty. This way, why you think that way. Yeah, I agree. So with false evidence though, see that I think that's where we're gonna end up in a disagreement. So I'm gonna keep going because I want to talk about this. So the jury did see this video. The jury, when they came back to the courtroom, I believe it was Saturday, this is what they wanted to see, was the 2 videos that we're watching, and they wanted the bridge guy video. I'm still not clear, and maybe All Eyes or Sleuthy or Arn, one of you guys might actually know. There was 3 versions of the bridge guy video played in court, and they came back and asked for 2 of them, but I don't know. I cannot say for sure which 2.
Angela knows this. It was like the edited one, and then it was like just the audio, the edited audio.
What was the question? Sorry, I got totally.
When the jury came back, right before they did a thing, what things did they ask to see?
The 2 interrogations.
Right.
The enhanced audio.
Just the audio.
And the close-up enhanced BG.
Yeah.
They didn't see like the full anything.
Yeah. They didn't see the full.
So it was the stabilized one?
Yeah.
Close up? Yeah. That one? Okay. Not the OG video straight from her phone.
No. And then also just the audio only.
The enhanced audio.
Yes. Without video.
That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. So that was a question I had, was on which 2 of the 3 or 4 versions they were shown did they actually want to see again? Yeah. Enhanced means adapted to this suspect. Ain't that a fact? Okay.
Trying to help you. We're trying to help you prove
No,
it.
you're trying to accuse me of murdering two little. Are we done? You asked me a
Wonder what
few
the fuck that's
questions.
about.
All right, so I'm going to take a look at this. So we're at, let me back it up.
So he obviously was
9
getting ready to say, you're trying to accuse me of murdering two little fucking girls.
9/29/15.
We're trying to help you prove
No,
it.
you're trying to accuse me of murdering two little.
18. So 9/29/18. It comes back on at, should be
Are we done? You asked
9/29/33.
So
So
only
that
like 15
sounds
seconds.
closer. Sounds closer than the other ones we found.
But 15 seconds is still a fairly long time. Like, he didn't just say two little girls.
Especially
Right.
because it's Rick talking. It's Rick
Yeah.
talking, you know, and allegedly the only things that they cut out are Holman either talking about a polygraph or third-party suspect stuff. But that's Rick talking. So what was he saying? Because it sounds like he was about to vehemently proclaim his
Confess his
innocence.
innocence. Yeah. Also, why are they like blacking it out instead of just muting the audio like every other interrogation in the world? It's only like 15 seconds.
Probably
That's-
because you'd see that Rick's mouth is moving and not Jerry.
Okay, that's weird. So I'm looking at the one
Well,
on Crime
might
Circle.
be mentioning other suspects' names, but Jerry brings up Ron in here, so
Why is Crime Circus Cult's video only an hour and 16 minutes versus?
I think there are portions where he's sitting and I think he cuts them out, like, or speeds them up. Like, there are portions where he speeds them up. There was also a portion during, because I watched it on the premiere or on the lot or the premiere when he was doing it. And there was one spot where you could hear, you know, whose voice say, I agree with Rick on this one. And so when I tried to go back to find it, it wasn't there. And so I think that was then clipped out. So that would also cut more. But the parts where Jerry walks out and nothing's happening, he fast forwards through. So we're not just sitting in real time watching Rick stare and shake his leg.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Which I prefer it not being edited at all.
I would like to fast forward myself.
Yeah. Like, I want to know that you didn't fuck with it.
Yeah.
me a few questions. You ask me what I'm wearing, and I tell you what I think I was probably wearing that day, and then you try to say that I'm saying that's me in that picture, and it's not.
You don't have to say that.
I'm done.
Well, I have a warrant for your
I know you
DNA.
do. 12 minutes, and he's already done.
For your DNA first. What do you think I have a warrant for? You know,
I have a warrant for your DNA first.
You obviously think I've done it. The damage is done. Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Okay. Well,
This doesn't just go away.
I know.
Exactly.
The only person I think can explain all this is you, and you're not explaining it to me.
I don't know what it is you want me to explain.
What were you doing on the bridge? How did your round get there? And why did you kill these two girls? Or why were you involved in this? What was your involvement?
I had no.
I don't think. Listen, Rick. I don't think you're the one that killed them. I don't think you're the one that stuck the knife in them. Are you?
I
Are
didn't
you
either.
that guy?
Really?
Are you? I'm
No.
asking you.
Anybody that knows me knows I could never, even if I wanted to, do something like that. That's not who I am.
Then what happened?
I can't tell you. How do you expect me to tell you? You want me to make up a story and
No, the truth. The truth is simple. You don't have to make that up. You just go back and tell me the truth.
I've
You can't
told
tell me
you.
that this event has not been weighing on you for years and years and years. You're out there.
I've told you that. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I did not murder two little.
Another one.
I've been so nice
Oh,
to you.
let's.
Did they try to go in there and like take out murder two little girls or something?
Nah,
Because
because
that's
it's
what he
in
said
it
last time
otherwise.
too. Isn't that what he was saying last time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why?
And they just did it at the wrong spot. I don't know, but there's this big thing about all these crime scene photos being leaked and that Nick goes and wants them actually sealed. And here we are. That's not even fucking blurred. He's telling him, I don't know what else you want me to say. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Nobody who knows me would think I did it. And so this is the spot where Jerry Holman was like, he knew he was going to be arrested. Well, yeah, he did. He knew you were trying to arrest him.
Why wouldn't he know that he was fixing to be arrested when you literally told him that you know that he had something to do, or he wanted an explanation for why you killed those two girls?
Mm-hmm. And that the prosecutor and the other investigators want to throw him in jail and throw away the key. Do I have transcripts handy from what, Cleveland? Which one? What do you want?
Probably from this.
Holy shnikes. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
Let's see.
I've been so nice to
Oh,
you.
yeah, you're being nice. You're trying to get me to confess to something I had nothing to
I'm
do
trying to
with.
get you to tell the truth. I'm not trying to trick you. I've drawn out what we have.
It,
Most of it.
you
I'm not
assume
lying
it's
on
the
it, though.
truth, and it's not.
It has to be the truth. The scientists don't lie. The science
That's
does.
It has
actually
to be
true.
the truth because that's the narrative he needs it to be. So it has to be the truth, and he's going to make sure anything he ever has and ever finds fits that because it has to be the truth because they said so. I can't. Dude, we're 13 and a half minutes into this fucking interview, and I can't. I'm struggling.
No, his DNA was not found on the girls, and there was other male DNA that is unknown found on the girls and at the scene.
And female DNA, unknown female DNA found on the girls.
Yeah,
They never even
female and
bothered.
male.
They weren't even collecting female DNA, even though they knew they had unknown female DNA on the girls' bodies, and they never collected female DNA to try to figure out who it belonged to because they assumed the killer was a guy.
On them and in them. But that wasn't important to check. Figure out what
Talk
that
about
was.
this stupid fucking round. This damn round, they could not even get the gun to match without firing the round, putting a whole bunch of other marks on it. It's so cringe. It's like I don't even know how I'm gonna watch this whole interview with you guys. I'm telling you right now. Like I'm my blood pressure. I feel hot. Like I'm fucking hot right now. I cannot stand this fucking guy. He is such a piece of shit.
Doesn't lie.
That's awesome.
It's saying that round came from your gun.
I don't understand all that. All I'm telling you is there's a way that a round from my gun, the one that you took from my house, ended up next to a murder scene or anywhere else. I don't know where you got that bullet. If it came out of my gun.
Right there. That's the
Then
round.
it didn't come out of my gun.
That round was
Then
collected.
it didn't come out of my gun.
Rick, that round was collected on the 14th of February, 2017.
Okay.
It's been in evidence ever since.
Okay.
All right, and we've compared other weapons to that.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't explain it. I'm just telling you that if that was next to a murder site or anywhere near it, it didn't come out of my gun. And I don't know where you would have got one that did come out of my gun.
Right there. It was there. It was found.
Okay.
And I don't think you realize the severity of this. You realize the death penalty is on the table for this?
You know what? I don't really care about living at this point. I've dealt with not wanting to live for 7, 8 years now. It's been a long fucking battle. And with what you guys have done to me, kill me. I don't give a fuck. You'll make my wife rich. So
Is that what she wants? Is that what your daughter wants?
They don't want any of this to even be happening.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
I can't turn this back.
Exactly.
You were there. You're there.
Yeah.
The experts say that's you on the video.
Okay.
The experts are saying you said down the hill to the girls. The experts are saying all this. That all the evidence indicates you were out there. The witnesses saw you. The witness saw you. You said you didn't see anybody else on the bridge, but there was a girl that walked up, a lady that walked up and saw you on the platform. Right?
Nope.
Okay.
You didn't see her, and then right after that, these two girls that end up dead minutes later walk by her, and she looks back and sees them passing you. You're the last person to have contact with Abby and Libby? Your weapon, your gun out of your weapon is...
I've never contacted Abby and Libby. I've never even met them.
That day? Why? Who said
I
that?
didn't.
That's all I want to know is the truth. You're not willing to...
I told you the truth. Do what you need to do.
Okay. Well, let me get the... I have the warrant here for your DNA, and then let me step out and see. And they'll come in and swab you with it.
That's fine.
This part makes me sick. As Vito, fucking Vito, putting his hands in his mouth.
All right, I think they got the warrant, so hang on 1 second.
Isn't Vito the one that was interviewing Kathy at this time?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm interested to find somebody else who's actually received them from on their own thumb drive if they're cut in the exact same spots. And I know the other, I just don't think those are his, but that's just me. So. Hey, passenger. There's more hairs. There's 3 hairs that are testable, but they are keeping them back in case technology advances enough for them to be able to test them. Like, think about that. Wouldn't when you're trying to convict somebody, wouldn't that be the time to fucking test them?
Well, now that he's been convicted, I wonder, I don't know that there's anything they could do to stop them if, like, when the post-conviction team comes in and wants to test the DNA, I don't know that they can stop them from doing that, even if it were to, like, destroy it.
Right.
But that's if all of these samples and shit aren't gone by the time that happens, because at this point now, there's no reason that they have to keep this evidence because Gold told them they didn't have to.
Right.
So might be by the time someone is able to get their hands on it for testing, it might be destroyed. Might already be destroyed. Who the fuck knows?
Sleuthy, can you answer this? Because I'm going to say the wrong thing, and I know you'll say it correctly.
Can I do what now?
Answer this question from Majesta Alexander. Because it's not semen.
It was... Hold on.
I can pull up the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
There's the specific wording that's used. It's not semen. And
it was like seminal. It was like seminal fluid.
Right.
Which I guess
is not
like
the same.
Yeah, like fluid that semen is in, but there was no semen in this. Yeah, basically. Right. I don't want to be like gross, but yes, like well, no, because pre-cum has semen in it, so
it can.
But it's the liquid. It's just the liquid that the sperm is not like free. It's in a liquid, so it's like the liquid, just no sperm.
Right. It's stated like it could have been like a vasectomy. It could have. There was a couple things that they like had talked about. I'll go in and I'm gonna find it on the spreadsheet. That the person could possibly, okay, so it was possible semen, possible seminal fluid, with no Y chromosome. So they determined that it would be somebody who was either sterile, had a vasectomy, or that the results were just inconclusive. And that was the thing but it was on both girls. So one of my questions that I had at the bottom of this, like after all the DNA stuff came out, was,
oh, that's a good question.
Was were the samples, what they did have, were they compared to each other?
Yeah, that's my big question too. Like, do we have 10 unknown males, or do we have 1 unknown male, or 2? Right. You know what I mean?
Where am I at? I'm over here. What was the good question? The one I had, or the one? Would you find one in chat?
No, someone said like pre-adolescent, prepubescent boy, like a boy that hasn't fully gone through puberty.
Yeah, so it's
I wonder. They wonder, I wonder. It's found inside, like, oh, you have it. Pull it up. It's like, it was like,
so yeah. Well, they have there's parts that are on like the vaginal area, but that's what they try to say, that there was male DNA, but that could have come from laundry. From like remember the laundry, because it's being washed with men's clothing, so then the DNA transfers onto the underwear, and then the underwear is touching the vaginal area. So this was Libby's. It says this is the vaginal swab, possible semen, no Y chromosome, inconclusive vasectomy, sterile, question mark, question mark, question mark. The rape kit external genital swab was unknown male, not enough for a profile. This is where they said it's not uncommon for the DNA to appear in these areas due to laundry and living in a house with a male. So
which is kind of bullshit, because how do you then tell, like, when you have allegations of some type of an assault within your home, how can they determine whether that came from someone assaulting you or the laundry? That just sounds like an absurd excuse that would come from a predator in your home. I'm just saying, that sounds like the excuse they'd make. Maybe it was from the laundry.
I mean, that's just weird to me. I've watched a lot of trials with a lot of DNA, and that's never been something that's come up. I mean, like, shit, you know how many years people have talked about the DNA on John Benet Ramsey's underwear? And it's never been like, well, maybe it's from the laundry. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. So then the rape kit, the cervical swab, had no DNA, and then that's the fingernail clips. That was Libby. And then this is the weird thing, is like, so the exact same thing is on Abby as well. Exact same. The rape kit, vaginal swab, possible semen, no Y chromosome, same things. Rape kit, external genital swab, is unknown male, not enough for a profile. Once again, not uncommon if you're living in a house with a male, so on and so forth. And then the rape kit, cervical swab, no DNA. So that's deep inside. So saying that's where they're saying no penetration of, like, no deep penetrate. I don't know how to say that without sounding like fucking gross. So I'm doing my best here.
Okay, we got really sidetracked.
Yeah, sorry. Did Abby live with any men? Well, her grandfather, and then her uncle was around. I don't know. I don't know. That's never come up in anything.
Someone said it's like the same stupid reasoning as that you can get AIDS from a toilet seat.
Yeah, if you're cleaning your clothes, I don't know how you're getting male DNA. Just, I don't know. And it's also, it's also possible seminal fluid. So I don't know how you're getting seminal fluid from somebody else's laundry, and then both girls are getting that. I don't know. It just does not make sense to me.
I also feel like a lot of people wash things that would have stuff like that, like, separate from the rest of the house's laundry. Like, if I had something like that, like, on my sheets or whatever, I'm not washing that with my 7-year-old's clothes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just weird. But this spreadsheet is public. I have it posted on Twitter, but I'm gonna put the link in here for anybody who wants to go back and look at it. All right, we're gonna keep going. I don't even know if we're gonna get through this, to be honest with you guys.
We will.
Okay. All right. So he's in
There's
the room.
probably a lot of fast forwarding to happen now. Like, he leaves the room like 7 times. I mean, he leaves a lot.
Is this when he's supposedly not looking at the stuff that he's already looked at? Is he supposed to start digging through everything? If he started looking through everything, could you imagine people would be like, "Oh my God, he's looking to see what they have against him"?
Rick, this is a warrant right now we have for to collect your DNA. Vito's going to do it.
We do enough
Ooh,
site tracking on our own.
ooh,
What,
this
Dan?
triggers me so fucking much. I hate this motherfucker.
At least he's got a nice haircut.
Ugh, T, don't.
Marv's like, I just be fucking nosy and just want to look anyway, regardless.
Irredeemable. Irredeemable. Oh, I would be looking at the pictures too, for sure.
Do you mean at least he has hair?
Yeah, at least he has hair.
I
Got a
got told you I
comb
got banned. I bullied this man so hard I got banned from Twitter. They've
Is
been
that
bullying
Vito?
him. Yeah, I fucking hate him.
Why is Vito collecting the buccal swab?
I don't know.
Because he's
All
a
right, carry on.
worm. Because he's a worm.
Okay.
He's also a major leaker of information to the pro prosecution people. Just FYI, for anybody who doesn't know that.
Read it to you. It's to law enforcement, reference DNA standard buccal swab. You're hereby authorized and ordered in the name of the state of Indiana to take a DNA standard of Richard M. Allen. My buccal swab, so basically I'll just swab it inside of your cheek.
Okay.
Friendly reminder, they are
Compare that to any DNA that we have.
so this is just for war.
You are further ordered to any means necessary to seize Richard Allen and to take a buccal swab. You're being cooperative, so we don't have to worry about that. But if you weren't, we could get it any means necessary. To compare the evidence of the crime. You are furthermore ordered to seize such copy or any part thereof found on such search, and that you bring the same or any part therefore with before me to be disposed of according to law. So basically,
Is Holman wearing brown shoes?
Yeah, they're like pointy
Like
brown, weird leather.
He's wearing
Like
fucking pointed toe, ship brown shoes with what? Gray slacks, black slacks, and a blue shirt. Like, what are you doing?
I
We're
hate
both-
pointed toe shoes, pointed toe boots. Like my cowgirl boots, I literally have to have the squared toe at the end because the pointy toe just, I don't know what it reminds. Like those look like they should be like stilettos he's got on.
Yeah, he probably does.
He
Insecure.
probably does. Holman, do you? I'm going to be asking around.
we take it, we can't dispose of until the judge says so. So we'll
Okay, so he's got his gloves on. Let's see how much shit he touches.
keep this, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything in your mouth?
No.
No. Go ahead, turn the light away for me.
Regardless, they're at the post. Like they should have people that know how to do this.
Right.
All right, open your mouth.
Oh, Michael.
I'd rather be a mean girl than a dumbass girl.
Michael's number one mean girl, though. It's okay. It's a term of endearment.
I'm just saying.
When he said, "Do you have anything in your mouth?" Wouldn't it be funny if he was like, "Yes, my teeth. I have to take them out.
My tongue.
My tongue, my epiglottis."
Hey, good Jack. Thank you for joining. Got pixie shoes. Why is everybody there so butt heavy?
Well, ball's in your court, Rick.
Balls in your court, Rick. The
Listen to what
balls
he
in your
says.
court, Rick.
Listen to what he says.
You just
Your court, Rick.
you just took my DNA.
So what you were telling me
He's
out there,
not worried. He's like, yeah. Look at him. I love it.
What do you
The
say?
damage is
I
done.
don't know. I was talking. I'm sorry, but he.
No,
I'm just
you're
saying,
fine.
he's just like so unbothered. He's like
No, say what you guys say because I didn't hear.
he's just like so unbothered. He's like, all right, and he's like, all right, you just took my DNA. Like, what's up? Like, what else? What the fuck
He
else?
says the ball's in your court, Rick, and then Rick's like, I don't have a fucking ball.
Right.
You guys have the ball. You took my fucking DNA. The ball is obviously not in my court for shit.
He was probably thinking like they're gonna feel like some dumb motherfuckers when that comes back and my DNA is not there.
The damage is done. I don't know.
I'm sorry that you think this is funny and you keep laughing. Maybe it's just a nervous laugh. I don't know, but I'm trying to help you. Yes. Why is all this evidence clearly indicating that you're involved?
All what evidence?
I can't tell you that. And what you're talking to me about is a bullet that was found by the murder scene next to.
It's more than just that.
What?
You have to listen to me for just 2 minutes straight. Just forget about everything else.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Here
My
comes all the
brain
troll
Listen
farm
to what
talking
video
points.
experts are saying without a doubt that is you on the bridge. That is your voice. How they do it, I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
Liar.
We have 5 witnesses that see you out there
Liar.
on the bridge with the girls,
Don't see that.
right?
Liar.
Why don't you see that? I'm not lying to you.
Because it didn't happen.
It did happen.
Liar.
There could have been somebody that seen me that I didn't see. What I'm telling you is they didn't see me anywhere near the girls or anybody else because I wasn't around anybody that day. So I'm done answering. Like, I know you're trying to trick me into saying
No, I'm
that.
not tricking you.
Like,
I'm
I don't
my
care
hand.
how stressed out I get. I'm not going to fucking admit to something that I had nothing to do with.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm not trying to trick you.
I didn't.
Listen, I have a full hand of cards here. I'm not laying all my cards on the table.
Liar.
Okay.
I'm telling you bits and pieces, hoping that you will realize that without a doubt, we have you out there at the time of the murder. It clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Clearly.
It does not. There is nothing that you could have that's going to indicate me because I wasn't out there.
And you don't think that you're around like 6 inches away?
I know
Dead
that
girl's
a round from my gun did not end up at a murder scene.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And the proof is right here.
I don't believe it. I mean,
Well, you're going to.
I'm not.
You're going to believe it.
Rewind it and listen to him laugh before he says that. It's like it makes my skin crawl.
And you don't think that you're around like 6 inches away?
I know
Dead
that
girl's
a round from my gun did not end up at a murder scene.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And the proof is right here.
I don't believe it. I mean,
Well, you're going to.
I'm not.
You said you didn't want to be the fall guy. You're being the fall guy because you won't give us your side of the story. The
I
truth.
don't care.
You should care.
You're not going to prove I did something I didn't do.
You're exactly right. We're not. We're going to
Okay.
prove what you did. Your involvement in this.
Involvement. What was my
You
involvement?
tell me. You were there.
And I
wasn't
told you
there.
I had nothing to do with it. I told you I never even seen
I
it.
wasn't there. I'm not on video. 4
Neither
witnesses
am I.
didn't see me. 4 or 5 witnesses didn't see me out there, and I can.
Me either.
And my round wasn't out of my gun. Wasn't 6 inches away from a dead girl's foot.
Mine either.
I'm telling you, you're living in this world,
Okay.
and I don't know why. I'm showing you some of the evidence that we have. And I'm giving you the opportunity to give your narrative, because if you don't, they're going to make it up. And you know, the media, not even media is mild compared to social media,
Sure.
is going to portray you as this.
Did he just say I'm giving you the narrative?
He says you need to give me the narrative.
They're already going to do that. You've already talked.
I'm showing you some of the evidence that we have. And I'm giving you the opportunity to give your narrative, because if you don't, they're going to make it up.
They're going to make it up. I'm giving you the opportunity to give me your narrative, or they're going to make it up. Truer words have never been spoken by Holman.
And you know, the media, not even media is mild compared to social media,
Sure.
is going to portray you as this monster. Are you a monster?
They're already going to do that. You've already talked.
When you get arrested for
It
this?
doesn't even matter because I
How
actually
many-
care about what people think.
Yeah, you do.
I said I do. I actually care about
I know
what
you
people think. That's why
So do I. That's
you've
why
already done the damage. How am I supposed to? Never mind.
No, please talk to me.
I just,
Clear this up in my head.
I just don't know how I'm supposed to act like this never happened.
You can't. You can't. Act
I'm not
like this
saying the
never
murder. I'm saying
That's exactly what you're saying. Your
No.
your conscience is trying to tell you this is the day. This is the time. This is time to get out in front of this, Rick. You made a mistake. You got in the
No, I
middle of
didn't.
this. You got in the middle of this. You cannot explain all the evidence away. And you're saying, oh, that's something. I'm just telling you what we have, some of what we have.
Okay.
And we're still working on other things.
Okay.
But
I'm not
You
going to
said
tell
earlier-
you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to say.
End of story.
And I appreciate that. What did you do? What is your involvement? Who else? You know, I have 100 different questions, but if you're not willing to tell the truth, it's a waste of your time and mine. And you're going down for something that you have maybe some involvement in. Maybe this is all you.
Where's this guy that's saying that I helped him?
You tell me. I'm not saying that. Did I say today that
You're saying that I was involved. Well, if I didn't do it, but I'm involved, what are you saying? If you got somebody saying I helped them do it, they're fucking crazy.
Okay. I never said that.
That is what you said.
I just said you're involved. What is your involvement? Is that a theory that some people may have that
I don't know.
I just want you to tell me all the truth. I just want you to
I'm
be
done.
completely honest with me.
If you're gonna arrest me, arrest me. I'm not talking anymore. This is ridiculous.
God, just say
I
the
just thought
fucking word
maybe you
lawyer.
would appreciate my effort to help you. I mean,
Oh my God.
apparently you don't, because after today, I
You appreciate my effort to help you, but apparently you don't.
can't help you.
I understand that.
You do understand that.
I don't need your help.
You need help. You don't think any of this is important?
I think that nothing that you have is gonna show me anywhere near the murder of two little girls. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, we do have that.
You don't. It's not possible.
It is possible.
Whatever.
Again, blacked out.
Well, I apologize.
I've already been dealing with bullshit, having to worry about what you've said to my neighbors, what you've said to the people I work with. That's more than I want to deal with. I'm not going to sit here and do this.
Okay. All right, sit tight.
Sit tight. You're not free to fucking move.
Jesus Christ.
Another blackout. It's crazy.
Sorry.
I know I wasn't in there. Could you just give me?
No.
You wouldn't.
Wait, so Holman's back in the room during the blackout?
You don't want to talk about that.
Not
Okay,
gonna
what
talk about any of it.
Okay, what I failed to tell you too is the witnesses saw a gun in your pocket.
Oh my
I didn't.
God!
You're saying you didn't have a gun
I'm saying I do not have a gun.
when you were out there, and you told me earlier no one borrowed that gun.
I probably never would have let somebody borrow my gun.
Probably wouldn't have, but I'm asking you, did you?
No.
Okay. And again, I tried to clarify this earlier. You and I both know I'm not a scientist, and you're not a scientist. But what the scientists are telling me is this extraction mark is like a fingerprint. It's unique to the gun. I told you that earlier. You understand that. It's not unique to that type of gun. It's unique to that specific gun. Just like your fingerprint. If I have a fingerprint, my fingerprint, your fingerprint, and I got a fingerprint at the scene, we match that fingerprint. It's significant to one person. No
Okay.
fingerprints are alike.
And what I'm telling you is there is no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene.
That's a good point.
And we've been working on this for over 5.5 years. We get a search warrant for your house, find your gun, because we were told when we found
How much time was knocked out of that
it
one?
had 3 extraction marks.
I didn't go back and look. But I'm actually thinking that's probably a really good point. Then take a poly. Then take a poly. Then take a polygraph. It would make a lot of sense. Because the jury wasn't allowed to know anything about the polygraph. And we're only getting the exhibit from trial. We're not allowed to have the actual interview. So it's possible.
On it. And without a doubt, they would be able to match that extraction mark to the gun. Not type of gun, the gun. So we've taken multiple guns down there, and they have not matched to those extraction marks.
Mm-hmm.
Your gun does, 100% without a doubt. It's in this certificate of analysis. The scientists say that the marks on that gun are match your gun.
And I'm telling you, it didn't happen. I didn't shoot anybody. I've never even pointed a gun at
I'm
anybody.
not saying you shot anybody. I'm saying a fully intact round from your gun.
He just said that. He does. He thinks now the girls are shot.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
It is.
It's not.
How's it not?
Because I wasn't there.
You were there. You said you were there.
I told you I was on the trail. I didn't tell you I was at a murder site.
This round is telling me you were there. You didn't.
I don't care what it's telling you.
You didn't lend your gun to anybody. I asked you that. Did you?
I'm done answering questions. Just arrest me. I'm done.
I'm trying to help you, Rick.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that's not true so you can feel better about this.
I already feel good about this.
Okay.
I feel good about what the experts are telling me.
Okay.
I feel good about the scientific evidence. I feel good about the witness statements. I feel good about everything. What I don't feel good about is you being a fall guy for anybody or everybody or anybody involved in this, if that's possible. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did do this all by yourself. That's exactly, I know you keep snickering at that, but that's exactly what's going to be portrayed of you. You're this evil monster that was just hunting for 2 teenage girls so you could just go down there and terrorize them and kill them. And that's not true. Is it?
I told you.
You and I both know that that's not true. You and I both know what happened. The evidence clearly is indicating. Now there's some missing pieces. I'm going to find those missing pieces.
Okay.
And it would be easier if you helped me find those missing pieces.
Oh my God. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to. I told you that.
That's exactly what you want me to do. What else would you want me to do but tell you I did it? And I'm not going to, because I didn't. I've never been around those 2 girls in my life.
You were on the trail that day.
I was on the trail that day, and I told you that.
And they walked right by you, according to witnesses.
No, they didn't. I never even seen them. Like, I think I'm going to see somebody if they walk past me. Am I not? I'm not saying somebody didn't see me that I didn't see. All I'm telling you is I never seen those 2 girls.
And why didn't you report this day one?
Report what?
That you were out there and you saw these 2 girls.
What the
You were in the area.
The very day that they came out and said that they wanted anybody who might have been out there to come in, that's what I did. I went down to the police station. I said, hey, I was out at the trail that day.
Did you want to?
Well, I obviously did, or I wouldn't have.
Did your wife encourage you to? Because she's talking to us. She's talking to us right now. And
I'm sure she is. And she's going to tell you there's no way in hell that I'd ever do this. So we're all good.
It's not.
Watch what he does here, T. It's so sick.
All right. I had to turn a fan on. I'm getting hot. I'm physically, I'm hot. Like my body temperature has risen.
What? What's going on, Rick?
Go back like 5 seconds.
What's going on, Rick?
So we're all good. No.
She's talking to us right now. And
I'm sure she is. And she's going to tell you there's no way in hell that I'd ever do this. So we're all good.
It's not what? What's going on, Rick?
Then I don't know what is.
I just wish he'd be honest. That's all I do.
Oh my
He's
God.
trying to convince him that his wife is in the other room
And that she thinks that he did it.
and that she thinks that he did it.
Sick.
While they're in the next room telling her over and over again that he did it.
Right. There's too much eye contact here for me to think that this guy is not telling this fucking guy the truth. He's not fidgeting. He's just like, I'm telling you, I didn't do it.
And Jerry
gonna
won't even
tell you
look at him.
I didn't do.
Jerry won't even fucking look at him. There's a part later on where Rick is like staring him down, and Jerry's just like he won't even fucking look at him.
I have been honest with you, and you obviously don't believe me.
I don't, because if this evidence wasn't there, I would.
Okay.
You don't believe this evidence is?
I don't.
We're not here.
There's no way possible.
We didn't.
There is no way possible that a round from my gun ended up at a murder scene. It's not possible. So something's obviously wrong.
Something is wrong.
Exactly.
You and I both know what's wrong.
Oh, he's like, oh my God.
I didn't do it. And I'm not going to sit here all day trying to convince you that I didn't do it. You obviously think that I did.
I'm not going to sit here all day and convince you that I think that you did do it, Rick. I'm just laying down some of the evidence that we have.
Okay.
He's so stupid.
I don't think so.
We're only giving you the opportunity to get out in front of this. This is your opportunity. Like you said earlier, the truth is easy.
I've got nothing to get out in front of. I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't want you to tell me something that you didn't do.
Then stop asking me to.
I'm not. I'm just asking you to tell the truth about this day. I asked you to go back and rehash it, and you wouldn't. Why?
I told you, because I'm not going to, you guys are like trying to trick me into doing something.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I told you what happened. You've already got it. There's no need for me to tell you again.
Story.
Whatever. There aren't any. I don't know how I can make this any clearer. I'm not going to tell you that I had something to do with this.
Okay. And I don't know how I can make this any clearer. We have evidence indicating that you're clearly involved in this. And that's sad that you won't help.
Okay.
Because if that was your daughter out there, you'd help some people out.
You're damn right I would.
You're right. But you don't, so.
Punching his fucking face. Look at his face. Look at Rick's face. He's like, I'm gonna fucking kill this son of a bitch. He wants to punch that. He wants to punch something so bad.
But he doesn't. Jerry flies off the fucking handle. And there's a point where Rick is like soothing and de-escalating Jerry Pullman.
But he's got such a bad temper. I mean, he beats his wife.
Well, he's mad now because Jerry brought up his wife.
Yep. That's
and
when you
his
do
daughter on the way out.
As soon as like the other investigators, as soon as somebody starts talking about his wife, he's like, motherfucker. I don't think my husband would care that much about me. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't think that he would care that much. He'd be like, I don't know. She's fucking kind of crazy. So yeah, like it's. Holy shnikes. Excuse me while I go take a Jerry and then wipe my Holman. RA's responses are exactly what mine would have been, and I'm innocent. Yankee Ghost has perfectly said. My three sons, I think also he doesn't ask for a lawyer because of money. He's pretty frugal. I really think he thinks that the system is going to work and show that he didn't do anything. He's a believer in our judicial system, and you don't get convicted of crimes you didn't commit. Like, that's what he's thinking. Like, you can say all this stuff you want to sitting in this room to me, Mr. Holman, but at the end of the day, nobody's going to believe you because it's not the truth. It's true, Luke. I do. And I have a weird collection of photos on my phone that I don't want anybody looking into. I just like to post them on Twitter for Luke. I had to take a break. You needed some donuts. Num, 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 num.
Nom nom nom. Donuts, donuts, donuts.
Donuts, donuts, donuts. Num, 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 num. I dare.
Still waiting because it sounds like your wife's talking and she's being honest. So,
Hold on. Justice Mama says, I'm sorry, I'm brand new to this case, but didn't someone else confess to this? Yes, multiple people have. Multiple people confessed to this case, to killing the girls.
So when he walks back in, the first thing he brings up is his wife.
They're still talking to his wife?
believe your wife's talking and she's being honest.
Oh, hold on. Let me listen to this. Your wife's talking and she's being honest?
Still waiting because it sounds like your wife's talking and she's being honest. So,
It's too late because it sounds like your wife's talking and she's being honest.
And he's like, all right.
Yeah, they know his wife is his weakness. They figured that out from the first interview because they talked about all the other things. They talked about work. They talked about his pastimes. They talked about his military. They talked about cars. They talked about all kinds of stuff, and nothing ever got his goat except for his family, his wife and his daughter, mostly his wife.
She basically said you can't believe you lied to her, so you're lying to us too. But
she basically said she can't believe you lied to her and that you're lying to us too.
See, this part's important, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
so is there a reason why you have this round in your little keepsake box? What kind of ammo did you have for your SIG?
I don't know.
Blazer?
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
At that time.
At that time, you had Winchester.
Okay.
The round we found was Winchester. The ammo you had in your gun and for your gun at the time was Blazer. But this is Winchester. It says right there, Winchester.
That's what I said. I said that a year ago. That the one in the box was Winchester and the one at the crime scene was Winchester, but there's no other Winchester in any of his fucking stuff.
Right.
Everything else is Blazer.
Right. To be honest, they don't seem to really know anything about that bullet being in that keepsake box.
They planted the wrong kind of bullet. They're so stupid. They can't even plant the right kind of fucking bullet.
Well, that is the right kind. That's the right
it is.
kind because the one at the scene was a Winchester.
But I'm saying if they wanted it to match his shit, they would have made it match his shit.
No, I
they
think
they needed it to match what was found at the crime
correct.
scene.
I understand, but like they didn't think it through. That because like yeah, maybe if you're an idiot on the surface, like oh he had the same, but it's like okay, but he literally has never bought that kind before, so like.
But they never went through and like verified that he only ever bought Blazer either. So
they're just
he could
stupid.
say, I've never bought Winchester. I've always bought the cheaper one. But like, we're 8 years or well, we were over 5 years out. It's like, if you ask me where I bought ammunition 5 years ago, I mean, there's no way I know. I probably don't even have the card I used anymore. So I found it interesting that Holman said, well, back then you had Winchester, and then he says that it was Blazer, and it's like, oh, okay, so this one bullet has you thinking that he used to use Winchester? What?
Correct.
Exactly.
Because the one that's in the keepsake box is Winchester, and the one that's at the scene is a Winchester.
Do any photos exist of this keepsake Winchester and the bullet found at the scene, like side by side?
No idea.
Okay.
Exact type around.
We've been through this.
I know, I'm just giving you opportunity, and like I said, your wife's being honest.
Please stop giving me
And she
opportunity.
says ever since 2017, she's saying that you didn't want to go. You wouldn't let her go on the search party. She wanted to help.
Oh,
And she's saying that.
I
she's
think I
saying-
know my wife.
Well, I'm just telling you.
My
Want me to
wife
bring her
always say
in?
some stupid shit
You
like
want me to
that.
bring her in and tell you?
I
She's
don't
telling
care
the
what
truth
you
about
did.
what happened. You didn't tell her, but you've lied to her for years, is how she feels right now.
Okay.
Because, and your depression has gotten considerably worse since this incident, which is.
This has been going on for 7-8 years now.
Yeah,
It's
wrong.
Since
Well, it's gotten really
2017.
bad.
I could see why. If I killed two girls, I would
Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I would have depression too.
Well,
I would have mental issues too,
I'm sure you would.
living with this.
I'm sure you would.
And that's why you are. Here's what I think, Rick. I don't know. Only you know, but here's my theory. You're out there. Maybe somebody set this up. Maybe they didn't. Maybe you're out there. Maybe we know you're out there. That's not a theory. That's a fact. We know you had a gun. Girls saw the gun in there. We know you have anger issues. Your wife told us before that you have some anger issues and you have depression and you have, those types of issues. And maybe these.
So just to be clear on this, I have anxiety. I suffer from panic disorder. I've been on medication for it for almost 17 years for depression, anxiety, and panic disorder. I also, if anybody asked about my past, they would absolutely see that I can get fucking mad, as can everybody. That does not equal that he killed two girls. This is just crazy. T equals BG. It's true.
People will watch this and see him get angry when Holman walks out and be like, see, he could totally have been so angry at something the girls said to lash out at them and kill them. And it's like, dude, you understand that he was just accused of murder, right? Over and over again. Like, if that doesn't make anybody mad.
He doesn't
I'm
even
not
get
sure what
mad.
else.
That's the thing. Like, he doesn't even get mad. I'd be throwing shit. I'd be flipping tables. I'd be kicking my feet through the wall. Like, he doesn't even get mad.
He was
just, like-
definitely frustrated, but
I'd
I
be
think
really
it was,
fucking mad.
Yeah, like he gets frustrated, but like this is a guy who is in control of his emotions. Like, he is in control.
oh yeah.
But remember, Holman
Nobody-
only matches the attitude of the person he's interviewing.
Nobody spoil it
Okay,
for
let's go.
Teresa, but go ahead.
No, you're good. You had something else you wanted to say. I'll wait.
I'm just saying, like, when this shit takes a turn, it's like I knew it happened, but it still caught me by surprise when Jerry loses control here.
No, Labyrinth, it doesn't. It's ironic because when we did a whole thing on like this read technique, it was right around the same time, and I don't remember the guy's name now, but his dad had gone missing, and he went and reported his dad missing, and they kept him in and interviewed him using the read technique and actually got him to admit that he had killed his dad, his own father. And then his dad wasn't even dead.
Yep.
But they had got him to fully admit to killing his dad, what he did with his dad, how he killed his dad, the entire thing. The dad wasn't even dead. He was just like in Vegas or some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, talk about crazy. People are talking about the behavior panel. We talked about that a little bit at the beginning. They used to have a website. I don't know if they still do, but I know under their contact information for the behavior panel, they have where you can like submit cases, and they are the type of channel that does things based upon requests. So the more people who request behavior panel to look at something, they will. They don't typically take it. They don't just take things on all willy-nilly like they used to. So you can look up like a behaviorpanel.com kind of thing. Some states have outlawed that, or not outlawed. I don't know. That's not probably the right. That's not the right terminology. Have discontinued the use of the Reed technique based on the amount of false confessions it has and how many convictions have been overturned. And when your conviction's overturned based on, something that the cops have done like that, then there's payouts, and the state has to pay for that, and the state doesn't want to pay for that, so they're discontinuing the use of the Reed technique in a lot of places, but not everywhere yet. I mean, shit, we can't even get South Carolina to get rid of buggery at this point. So, I mean, good luck changing the system.
Something to you, I don't know. Maybe you said go down the hill, which we know. The experts say
He just said go down the hill. Go down the hill. Why did that sound so much like BG?
he said go down the hill. You get down there, they piss you off for whatever reason. You racked the gun. You didn't realize you racked that gun to scare them, and that round popped out. You didn't realize it because maybe do you carry that gun with a round chambered, or do you not have it chambered?
Okay, holy shit.
Listen.
He just said that you get the girls to go down the hill and they do something to upset you, and you have that round that's chambered so that he drops it at the end of the bridge, at the down the hill, which is what Rick confesses to later on.
Mm-hmm. Doing something at the end of the bridge.
Where the bullet drops, which is not where the it's not a bullet, not where the unspent round is actually found.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Kelt, you're correct. Absolutely. He sure did. But,
When I carry it, I would have a round chamber,
So
but
you
I
rack
didn't
it to
carry it
scare
very
it comes
often.
out. Well, you were carrying it that day because
Huh?
girls said. So if you have one chambered, and what I'm saying is if I have a round chamber, which I do, and I rack this gun right now around a fully intact round will pop out. Correct?
I assume.
Well, that's what's happened. You didn't realize it.
Okay.
And that's why that round's there on the ground. And this is your opportunity. And you say that you don't want any of this and
Will you
that.
please stop giving me opportunities? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay, tell me what
I'm not
you
going
did.
to tell you I'm involved with something.
Tell me
that I
what you
wasn't
did do
involved
then that day. Help me.
I didn't
Help me
murder
set
two
you
little
free.
girls.
What did you do?
I went for a walk on the trail and I went home. And I told you the details of the best I can remember of what I did that day and what the walk was. I'm not going to. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to just keep repeating myself.
Okay.
So.
But I'm not going to keep bringing up more evidence either. I mean, I can only give you so much.
No, motherfucker, you said it all. You have literally no more.
What about Ron Logan? Do you know Ron Logan?
Mm-hmm.
You ever been on his property?
Mm-hmm.
You don't,
Not that I know of.
You don't hunt. You said you fish?
We mushroom hunt. Yeah, I fish.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why that round from your gun would be out there and giving you the
No,
I know you don't want me to give you opportunities, but I'll give you the opportunity. But you never mushroom hunt on that side of that ditch? On 2000, or you weren't mushrooming, it was too early for mushrooms.
a little bit. It was just a seasonably warm day. So I went for a walk.
Okay.
why, Rick? Why?
I thought the same thing.
Why you gotta do it?
Why?
Why you gotta do that, Rick?
Also, why did Jerry put his glasses on just to drink from his coffee mug?
I know.
Fucking idiot.
Couldn't see where it is.
Seasonably warm.
Yeah.
All this is
So,
irrelevant. He said he didn't have his gun that day
but
because he would only have his gun if he was
Jerry
going
said yes,
hunting, like
Jerry said
mushroom.
yes, you did.
Well, he says I only carry my gun if I'm going mushroom hunting or fishing at night. And he was not doing either of those things, so he did not have his gun. You know what he reminded me of when he put his glasses on just to take a sip from that mug? Is like cheating on a test at school. So like you write on the inside of the water bottle or whatever, the inside of the water bottle label, and then you get you can drink and read it.
There's like a secret message inside of his glasses.
Yeah, on the bottom of it. Yep.
The officers also made the mistake by saying at 5:32:15, I don't think you're the one to stick the knife.
Yeah, he's a jackass. So now you've given this piece of information that you've said that you've held on to for the last 5.5 years, so that when you do get a confession from somebody, you know that it's legit, and one of the first things out of your mouth is that piece of information.
Right.
This is why I still maintain, well,
Maybe he's got secret messages in his coffee that he can only see if he has his glasses on.
Is Jerry fucking with my phone?
You got bing bonged.
God damn. I don't remember what I was saying, but he like gave away the information. I don't know. I just like, part of me, I really would have felt compelled if the confessions contained things like the number of wounds on each girl or the fact that the orientations were different. I literally can't let that go. And so
I agree with you.
But now that that's been said publicly, I don't know how much weight it would actually have if someone after the fact started confessing and had those details. But that sticks with me. I trust me, I would have had a much easier time, even with all the other circumstances, because I would be like, but how would he know that though? And I still maintain that to this day, he doesn't even know where the fuck the crime scene is. I don't think he knows even really well, now that he's had the details at the trial, which if he was even really paying attention, but I don't think he knew during any of these conversations or any of the confessions, like where the crime scene was even at, or even what happened, how they were even killed. Because the defense is not sending photos of the girls' crime scene photos and autopsy photos to Rick in prison. So it's not like he would have gotten that from the discovery if he would have given those details. I just think he doesn't. I just don't think he knows anything about anything. That was a good point about him bringing up the gun at the end of the bridge or whatever, because the only time he's ever said that he racked his gun, it was like there, and that's not the right place, but it is where Jerry told him it would happen.
It is exactly where Jerry. Hold on.
What happened, Angela?
Oh my gosh, she said I gotta go. I'll be in chat.
Oh.
Hope everything's okay.
It's weird to me that he didn't ask him if he would have a knife. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, he asked him the very first thing he said, did you bring your knife or your knife and your gun with you, or your knife and your gun with you? And he said no. Yeah, he totally did an Irish.
Rude, but I do the same thing.
Yeah, you do. Okay, ready? Here we go.
Unless I keep getting disconnected, then I get frustrated at some point. I just don't come back.
You're just like, I'm staying in fucking chat.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
And nobody had your gun that you know of.
I'm not answering that. I've answered it 15 times.
I mean, obviously, you would tell me if somebody did, because then that would put them there and not you. Because right now, you are already out there by witnesses, and you and I both know that realistically, the evidence doesn't lie. So
it obviously does.
If you
that's
did
what
know,
it's saying.
I think I know you well enough. Maybe I don't, that if you did know somebody borrowed your gun or had your gun, you would tell us.
Of course I would.
Okay. So it's realistic for me to believe that you were the only one to have your gun. Excuse me.
That's him choking on his lies.
I've answered that 15 times.
Okay. And you said 15 times. That's true. So like I said, I'm trying to help you. If you don't want me to help you, I won't. I'll leave right now.
That's fine.
What I'd like for you to do is tell me again what happened, because you didn't tell me. I watched the interview.
He doesn't want you to help him. He's literally said,
I'm just trying to
Stop giving me opportunities.
yes, that's exactly what was coming out of my mouth next.
Leave me the fuck alone.
And he just keeps saying, I'm trying to help you. And he continuously brings up the bullet like it's all he had. But he also makes sure to keep saying, this isn't all the evidence. This isn't all the evidence. And what really struck me, now that we know for sure, is that this was all the evidence. He literally, from this day to the time that Rick was convicted, he did not gather any additional evidence other than the tortured, coerced confessions that aren't even right. But evidence-wise, physical, circumstantial, any of that, nothing more than what he had right here while he was sitting here. Yeah, Rick's smiling because he thinks he's a dumb fuck.
And he keeps telling him,
do
like,
we.
I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do. You stop trying to give me opportunities. Now Jerry's like, I'm trying to help you. He's like, I don't want your help. Well, did he just say, I watched you? I don't know. I'll go back just a second. Hold on.
figure out me. I'll leave right now.
That's fine.
So like I said, I'm trying to help you. If you don't want me to help you, I won't. I'll leave right now.
That's fine.
What I'd like for you to do is tell me again what happened, because you didn't tell me. I watched the interview.
Oh, he watched the
I
interview.
watched the interview.
I'm just trying to figure out why your round from your gun was 6 inches from those girls.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
Do you believe in science? Do you believe in?
I believe in science. I don't understand all of it.
I don't either, but if a scientist, a certified analyst, is telling you that this round came from this gun, specifically this gun, not this type of gun.
I get all that. I know what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that bullet did not come from my gun if it was found at that murder scene or on the bridge or where, like, it didn't come from my gun is what I'm trying to tell you.
And I'm trying to
So
it did, and they're telling me it did. So now I'm trying to figure out who had your gun, and you're saying nobody did 15, 16 times, and who had a round from your gun. Did anybody have your ammo? I don't know. You explain to me. You try to explain to me why.
I'm not going to try to explain. I told you
You
that.
can't.
So he's
You can't
desperate for an
explain
answer.
Why your round is by this dead girl's foot.
Because it's not.
But it is. You believe in science. You believe in that analysis. You believe that our lab, that round's been in storage since the 14th of 2017.
I am telling you that any round involved in this.
See, Jerry's doing the same bullshit that these fucking assholes on social media do about how we found this bullet on the 14th. How would somebody plant your bullet at the crime scene?
Does that not seem does that not seem like consciousness of guilt? Like why did you randomly bring that up? Like, he wasn't asking when you found it. You already showed him specifically where you found it. So, like, why are you randomly offering that up?
Maybe because it wasn't
he
actually
offers
found
up
on the 14th.
He offers up the date that they found it. He offers up the that it's been sitting there at the lab for 5.5 years. There was another thing that he offers up too. Oh, we didn't put it there. This isn't TV. I think I accidentally exited out of the thing you just tried to pull up. Sorry.
I don't even know where it was now. Oh, here it is. Adams, yeah.
Yeah.
This whole thing did not come from my gun.
And I'm telling you, you're lying.
Okay.
Because I have evidence that it is.
You don't.
That's not evidence?
I'm telling you, never mind.
Please, tell me. I'm all ears.
I wish you would just say I want a lawyer.
How many times do you have to
really-
say it's not mine? It's
I
not
want
possible.
I need to do some research, or we need to talk to one of the like attorney peoples like Travis or Michael or somebody about the legality in an interrogation of somebody saying I am done.
Yeah.
Like I
I'm
don't
done
know.
talking to you.
I'm done talking to you, but
Does
then
that
you continue to
obligate
answer
them to
questions.
say, okay?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've always been preached. It's like the word. You got to use the word lawyer. You got to use the word lawyer. So I'm really curious about. I'm really curious about that. On how many times he said in that first interview, "I'm done, I'm done, I'm done," and then in this one, he's saying over and over, "I'm done." But it's always been. It's just always
Yeah.
been.
No, post-punk
lawyer.
mama's right. Every time I've seen that, you can say that, I'm done. But like,
You
then
got to stop answering the fucking questions.
correct. So you could say I'm done, and
Yeah.
they're able to keep asking you questions and saying stuff, but you have to just stop speaking, which is very difficult to do when someone's sitting there saying the same things over and over again. But
Right. It's very specific. You got to say the word lawyer. I've never heard anything else besides that. You have to say the word lawyer.
I was going to say something, but I can't remember what it was.
I'm very curious on why Rick and Kathy did not consult an attorney after the 13th. Because he walked out of that room knowing that he felt like they were trying to make him the fall guy.
Because they collected all that shit from his house, and he didn't think in a bajillion years that they were going to come back and say that any of it matched. Like, think if you're an innocent person that doesn't know anything about the law, right? You're like, okay, they think it's me, but they let me go, so they're obviously going to test all the shit that they got from my house. I know that none of it is going to tie me to the crime. So what am I worried about?
That's the only thing I can keep coming back to. Is that, yeah, he thought that, yeah, like you said, it would just, everything that they found would prove that he had nothing to do with it.
Right.
Like they
Like, they'd
told him
feel
in the
stupid.
first interview, like DB said.
Yeah. They'd come back and be like, well, we couldn't tie anything, except they just so happen to collect a gun. And actually, Holman kind of gives himself away a little bit when he talks about them getting the gun. And he says that they told him, like, they were told that they bring a gun to them and it'll match, which is kind of similar to what they talked about at the trial, where a comment was made about, bring me any gun or whatever, any Sig Sauer gun. I forget exactly what it was, and I'll make it fit or whatever.
Yeah.
And I remember what I was going to say now. If I was doing post-conviction, because the appeals attorneys don't deal with this, but if I was doing like post-conviction investigation, one of the things that I would absolutely be pushing for is that gun expert. I'd be doing everything I possibly could to find, let's say 10. I think that's reasonable. 9 other Sig Sauer P226s, and I would include Rick's, and I would discharge bullets from all 10 of them, and I'd say, tell me which one is the one that matches the one from the crime scene. Because if it's like a fingerprint and will only match Richard Allen's gun, then that should be easy. You only got 10 there. Which one is the one that matches the crime scene one? It should be reproducible. But The truth
That's
of the
the whole
matter
point of it
is,
being scientific.
the truth of the matter is that she wouldn't be able to come back and say that any of them match unless one of them was the killer's, not Rick's, because when she discharged it the way the one that the scene was left, she couldn't match it. So it would be none of these. That would be the answer. None of these match. That's something I would do, especially from a expert who sat her ass on the stand and told the jury that she's never been wrong.
Well, Southern Mom, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for showing what they put Rick through. It's awful. If he had fired his weapon sometime after the murder, would the science analysis no longer be valid? It's sad what they did to him. Firing the gun, and DB's in chat, so he would be able to correct me if I'm wrong. But firing the gun isn't going to change it. But any alteration to the gun could change it. So if something had happened to the gun itself, or the firing pin was replaced, because you can do that. Just firing isn't enough to make any difference.
And maybe they're not required to prove the science, DB, but with post-conviction investigation, you can depose people. And I would be absolutely deposing her ass, and she would be on video trying to tell me which of these 10 bullets came.
You have a lot more leeway because now you're on the offense versus the defense.
Yep.
So you get a lot more ability to do things, and you have to, because now the burden of proof is on you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm all ears.
Ballistics itself is becoming, and tool mark evidence like that is becoming non-existent in different states.
I've got nothing to say.
Sell me.
I've got nothing to say. This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Right. Okay.
So you're saying you didn't have the gun on the trail, so there's no way you racked it out there on the trail and somebody might have picked this round up?
What I'm telling you is I don't carry my gun. I carry my gun if we go fishing along the river, like night fishing.
Yes,
I carry my gun if we're going to go out and tromp through the woods mushroom hunting somewhere. That's about the only times I even carry my gun.
Why does Holman keep saying about the bullet being on the trails? It wasn't on the trails.
No, but it's just so interesting to me that that's what Rick's confession ends up being about.
Yeah.
Is that it's at the end of the bridge. Now, Melissa Oberg didn't match the round using the marks. You can't cross-examine her match or depose her out of her match. It's a match because her experience says it is. It's impossible. Right, because she's never been wrong.
Yeah,
the confession now, that he shot the girls, that was one of his confessions, was that he shot the girls. And this is, I mean, what he's talking about in here is like, I didn't shoot 2 girls. And then he goes into prison and confesses to shooting 2 girls
in the back.
Like everything that Jerry's telling him right now, like this is the craziest shit.
Mm-hmm.
February or something.
February 13th,
okay.
2017.
You realize mushrooms don't grow that early, right?
It's about May, right?
April, probably May. Around there.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Why would I be mushroom hunting?
He's like, you are one dumb motherfucker.
You went fishing. You're just walking on the trail. There's no way you would. I'm trying to figure out how that round got out there. If you're adamant that it is your round, I mean, you can't deny that. It's a round from your gun. Did you rack it on the trail? And
I didn't. I didn't have my gun that day.
Never racked it on the trail.
I didn't have my gun that day.
Ever, any day. You ever remember racking your gun on that trail?
No, I don't.
You ever remember racking your gun while you're mushroom hunting out there in the years prior? Do you ever remember racking your gun when you were fishing? Did you ever go fishing there?
Not usually, no.
Okay. Where do you usually go fishing?
Down at the the dam.
Oakdale?
No, in town, the little creek.
Oh,
Deer
okay.
Creek.
Yeah, Deer Creek. And you said earlier you don't shoot it a lot, so you weren't out there target practicing.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to figure out how I got there. When you said you carry it when you're mushroom hunting and fishing, and obviously I know when mushrooms grow, and I know probably, I mean, you could go be fishing in February. Why do you carry it? Why would you carry your gun? I'm not a fisherman or a hunter. But why would you carry your gun if you're out mushroom hunting?
Just because you're going to be out in the boondocks, you just never know who you're going to run into.
God, Jerry, you're
Personal
dumb.
protection.
Okay. Or snakes or something like that, I guess.
I probably wouldn't shoot a snake.
You wouldn't?
No.
I would.
Well,
I hate
Yeah.
snakes. All right.
I'm not saying I like them.
I guess I'm quicker than a snake. I can get away maybe.
You're not.
Quicker than that is hilarious. You're quicker than a snake,
You do carry it.
please,
You
sir.
carry it just on your hip, or do you carry it like one of those fancy holsters, or do you just put it in your pocket, or
It's got a holster, side holster.
like a paddle holster like this, just clips, or does it go through the belt?
It
Mine
goes
just,
through the belt. Well,
mine just slides on.
it goes through the belt or clips. I don't know. I'd have to look. Right off, I don't remember.
And you said when you do carry, you have one in the chamber. That's how I carry mine.
Generally, yeah.
Jerry getting all his questions on his laptop
Right.
because he's too dumb to
Yeah.
think of them himself.
Let me see what the prosecutor has to say. I'm gonna call him real quick. Tell him what's going on, okay?
Okay.
What do you want me to tell him?
I want you to tell him whatever you want to tell him. I mean,
The truth? I'll tell him the truth, because that's what I do.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jerry always says I'll tell him the truth because that's what I do.
He's such a trash bag of a human being.
Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm just telling the truth because that's what I do. Jerry the truth teller. So dumb.
Because lying to him would be unethical.
Fucking do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm so over listening to you. I don't even care anymore at this point. Just fucking go.
He's like,
Get
tell the
lit.
prosecutor whatever the fuck you want, dude.
Like, it's bad when Rick would rather be arrested and put in jail than to sit here with Jerry.
Yeah.
For a minute. You know what I mean?
You know what else I noticed? He's never said, like, if you watched, well, I know you've watched like a lot of interrogations, and they'll be like, can I go home? And then even at the end, like when they're being arrested, can I go home?
Yeah, can I go home? This guy's like, I'm so fucking tired of listening to you talk. Just put me in fucking jail.
Like he knows he knew from the minute he sat down that that's what they were going to do. What kills me is how this was not, this should have been pushed more about him not reading his Miranda rights. When as soon as the video starts, it is quite clear that he is in, what is the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. I was too busy laughing at Jerry's comment about Jerry the truth teller who says he's quicker than a snake. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
He's detention, no, in custody. He's clearly in custody. Like from the minute that the video starts, you can tell that he's in custody. Detained. He is not free to leave.
Yeah, he's absolutely being detained.
So I think it's quite clear that if him reading his Miranda rights is not there, right? And he knows that he needed to have Mirandized him and he didn't. How is it okay to be like, oh, I did it, I did it before it like happened to come on when the camera came on. So, like, are we allowed to do that now too? Like, are we? So, if officers are arresting people and like they don't turn their body cam on until after they've already put handcuffs on somebody, can they say, "Oh, well, something must have went weird with the body cam, but you know, once I did turn it on, I had already read his Miranda rights. Trust me, bro."
But Mr. Truth Teller, that changes because then he says he didn't actually read him his rights. What he did was just ask him if he remembered being read his rights before.
But he also said 3 days prior. It wasn't 3 days prior. It was 2 weeks
Correct.
prior. And so the defense, as far as I know, like accepted that 3-day thing instead of harping on that it absolutely wasn't 3 days prior. And because it was so distanced from the first one, he absolutely should have been read his rights again.
Well, I think he should have been read his rights, but when we looked it all up, it was 14 days he'd have to be reread his rights. That's how he got away with it, because it was valid for 14 days. And he was 13 days at this time.
That's outrageous. I also find it incredibly interesting that Nick and Jerry on their media tour keeps telling, it's a big point that everyone know that they had no intention of arresting him. Yet, again, the minute that this turns on, you clearly are in custody. And
he was lured there under the false pretense of picking up the car
by Mullen.
Somebody proved to me that Ford was even at this precinct when these people were there. Show me that the car was even there, that it was not completely set up. I don't think the car was even here.
I don't think so either, but that was set up by Mullen. And then when he shows up, he encounters Holman. And
I think Holman wanted to crack at him.
One of the first things out of one of the first thing out of Jerry's mouth is that the prosecutor and the other people, the other investigators, want to lock him up.
Yep. Because they were already arresting him. They already had the warrant for his DNA before they ever sat down.
Nick came back from vacation early. Why would you do that if you didn't plan on arresting him?
Nick did, or Carter did?
Nick told the story to the Hidden Germs that
I haven't even watched that interview.
That he was in Tennessee at a resort, and when the bullet thing came back, they were calling his phone over and over, and that Jerry, when they talked to him, he was like, you know, you're never going to believe this, you know, the bullet matches or whatever. And then Jerry was going to drive to Tennessee to go pick Nick up to bring him back. And Nick was like, no, you don't have to do that. And then they waited, and he got a flight home like a day early.
Huh. He was at a resort in Tennessee, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Wonder if it's the same one that Rick and his wife would visit.
He said he was in the pool. Like, he was in the pool with his kids, but he had his ringer on because he knew they were waiting to hear back about this ballistics thing. And when he checked his phone, they had been calling him to tell him that it was a match or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't watched that. I still haven't watched that interview. Just the clips that people put in the Delphi chat. That's it.
It's a version of the truth. Because it's obviously not.
I'm not making it up.
It's obviously not the truth.
You think I'm making up that we found this round? And
I don't know what you're doing. What I'm telling you is...
I'm not making this up. You and I both know. I'm not lying to you about anything. Everything I'm telling you is facts.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
I'm not trying to trick you into it.
Nick also said that when he came back early, they still didn't have any intention of arresting him, but Nick got started on the PCA to arrest him.
Nick did?
What?
Nick got started on the PCA?
Nick started working on the affidavit. Yeah. So let me tell you something. Nobody seems to understand this. I know Bob has said it till he's blue in the face. I've said it too. But Bob knows from professional experience that in a case like this, the prosecutor is 100% writing the affidavit. And then the cop is reading it over and saying, okay, that sounds fine, and then signing their name to it. But the prosecutor is not going to let a cop who doesn't know what needs to be in there write it. He's going to do it himself to make sure it's strong and has everything that it needs. Now that we know this, because Nick has said so out of his own face, that he came back early and started writing the affidavit, it further builds my confidence in the fact that I have always said that when that Frank's memo came out, picking apart the switched up witness statements and lies that were put inside the PCA and things that were left out that were very important, Nick took it very personally, because that shit wasn't just going to fall on Liggett. It was going to fall on Nick. The false statements and the twisting of the witness statements. So that's why he freaked the fuck out. I fully believe that that's why then this whole thing went downhill from that point after. The leak, getting them kicked off. He was adamant about the contempt. I think Nick was outright fucking panicking, because that was going to come down on him too.
That's interesting. I thought Liggett wrote it.
No, Liggett signed it, supposedly. We've never seen the signature. But no, Nick wrote it. Now, Liggett signed it as the affiant. So, like, when the defense was writing out the Frank's memo, they're obviously going to put in that, like, Liggett put, because Liggett is the one that signed his name to it. But if it really came down to it and Liggett had to testify, it's just like when Lesenby got on the stand when he had to testify, and all of a sudden this request for the request for the safekeeping order wasn't even fucking written by him. It was written by the judge, and he just signed his name to it. So
that's interesting. All right, let me keep going. Page 8 gate, yeah. Where's
Rick? I know you probably you said you watched Dateline and all these fancy shows. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just giving you some of the evidence that we have against you.
And I'm telling you that that's not possible.
Well, I can't. I'm not making this up. I showed you. I can't make it up. This is a legal document. Item 16.
It's a legal document.
Any other evidence that
was identified as being cycled in the firearm of item 314. Item 314 is your gun. Item 16 is the round that we found out there on the ditch bank next to Liberty's foot. And that round compared to your gun.
And I'm telling you that didn't happen. That
I'm
it's
telling
not
you
possible.
So you think I've just typed this up? You think
You're saying it happened. I'm not denying you're saying that. What I'm telling you is there's no way my bullet was found near a murder scene. It didn't happen.
And I showed you a picture.
And I can tell you
of a round, a Winchester 40 caliber round, right?
I've got nothing to work. Any other evidence that you have is obviously not going to point at me. I mean,
it is.
Okay.
The expert witnesses, the witnesses, all of it.
I don't believe that.
But
go ahead and call the prosecutor.
I'm just stumped here.
Wait.
What you think I made this up?
What do you want me to?
He did say on the ditch bank next to Liberty's foot. Is that what he said?
I don't know. Let me go back and see.
Because Liberty's foot and Liberty was not on the bank.
How do you think I made? Do you think
You're saying it happened. I'm not denying you're saying that. What I'm telling you is there's no way my bullet was found near a murder scene. It didn't happen.
And I showed you a picture.
And I can tell you
of a round, a Winchester 40 caliber round, right?
I've got nothing to work. Any other evidence that you have is obviously not going to point at me. I mean,
it is.
Okay,
The expert witnesses, the witnesses, all of it.
I don't believe that.
But
Go ahead and call the prosecutor.
I'm just stumped here on what you think I made this up.
What do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell you how do you think I made this up? Do you think I just typed this up? This is an official document.
I never said
I
you
can't
made it
do
up.
that. I
I
can't lie
never
to you.
said you made it up.
I can't lie to you and say, hey, I have an official document right here saying that this exam was done on this round that we found at the scene. I can't make any of that up. That's what you're telling me.
Well, no, I've
Okay.
not once said that you're lying. I've not once said that you're making that up.
Guilty
Did he
conscience.
already say it? Because I didn't hear that said.
No, he's gonna read it from the paper. He starts
Okay.
reading.
Just
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is that there's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up anywhere near a murder scene. It just didn't happen.
And then I'm telling you,
That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you any more than that.
and all I can tell you is we found this round back in 2017,
Okay.
collected it, have compared other guns to it. Other guns have not matched. We've had it for over 5.5 years. All right, we get information. You're on the trail. We want to talk to you and say, hey, what's going on? Who'd you see? What'd you do? You kind of cooperate, but then we say, hey, we're looking for this and that. Would you let us look? Nope, get a search warrant. We did. We got a search warrant.
Sure.
And we found this gun in
Okay.
your house that you bought in 2001, that the extraction marks, which is the analogy I got from the lab, is it's compared to a fingerprint. It's unlike anybody else's.
Okay.
Because these extraction marks, if they got my SIG 40, if I had a SIG 40, I have a 45 and a 9, but if I had a 40, it wouldn't match to my gun. And we've had multiple 40 caliber guns down there testing on other people that cooperate
How
with
far
us.
back do we fucking rewind?
It doesn't match.
I didn't think I rewound
So
that
that's what I'm
far.
telling you why we're here. The one reason why we're here today is because your gun matches to this round that was found out there.
And
I can't make that up. I'm not lying to you, Rick. I can't. That's unethical. I can't.
It's obviously what you think. What I'm telling you is
It's not what I think. It's what the evidence is telling me.
Judge Jessica says she doesn't think we went back far enough.
No, I think we went back too far.
Okay, well, it's right around the 57 mark, so we can come back to it. Or you want me to go? You want me to keep going right here and see?
See, just fast forward to where we were, but like stop if you see him.
We were right here.
Paper. Oh yeah. Okay.
If I just thought, I'm gonna make this story up, and somebody was out there and jacked around out of their gun, I can't make that up without the evidence that indicates it. Did they say anything to you about this round and about your gun the day they talked to you a couple weeks ago?
No.
No, because we didn't know.
Okay.
And then we collected all the evidence that we thought would match to the evidence that we have.
Wait.
And run the test on it, and the test.
In the other interview that we watched, did they say anything about the round being there? Like, did they say anything about there being a round found there? And are we going to find anything at your house are we going to find a gun that would match that?
Let me think.
I don't remember them saying anything about it. No, nobody else does either. The only reason I thought about that was because he just asked if they said anything about it. So this interview was the first time he's even hearing that a round existed there.
Correct.
Okay.
Says bidding.
And what I'm telling you is, and I guess I
can't deny this.
What I'm telling you is,
I know what you're telling me. You're telling me that your gun and that round was nowhere near, and I'm telling you that the evidence indicates it is. Right? We're on the same sheet.
That's what you're telling me. Yes.
And that's what you're telling me.
No.
What are you telling me?
I'm telling you that
there's no way in hell that my gun and rounds out there. Go ahead, say it. Sorry, I won't interrupt you.
Did he just fucking mock him?
Yep, sure did.
What a prick. Yeah, Pobody's Nerfic it was Brad Weber's gun could not be ruled out. I don't think we went back far enough because I hit it twice, which was only 10 seconds. So I don't think I went back far enough, Sleuthy.
Oh.
So right around the 57 mark, we'll come back and pay more attention to what's being said. Yeah, he's like, go ahead and say it. I won't interrupt you.
I'm not saying anything.
because you know it's a lie. I can't make this up. That's what I'm saying. You and I both know. I can't make this up. I can't. This is a certified official document. I can't just type this shit up and say, "Oh, look at me. I'm lying to you, Rick. I'm
Okay.
trying to trick you into confessing to something you didn't do." That's bullshit.
What you are doing.
You and I
Seems
both
weird to
know I
say.
didn't do that.
Okay.
So tell me.
You tell me. Tell me.
I think you're involved in this double homicide. That's what I'm telling you because of the facts that we have.
I get that you think that. And I'm telling you I wasn't.
Okay.
Hey, Andrew.
And if that's all it was, your word against my word, I would be like, okay, Rick, we'll see you later. But I got all this evidence that we can present to a jury of your peers that's going to say, wow, Rick did this. He won't talk to us, though, so we don't know what he is. He's just some crazy monster that chases around teenage girls and wants to torture them and do whatever. That's what they're going to say. And now your wife and your daughter and your friends and your family have to live with that.
Exactly. They already have to. You've already done the damage.
I didn't do the damage.
You certainly did.
My
You
round
and
isn't-
everybody else.
A round from my gun isn't down there.
I can't explain to you something that I don't understand.
Okay. I wish you could. I wish somebody could.
I certainly wish I could.
Well, sit tight. I'm going to find out what your wife's been telling the other detective. And we'll go.
Yeah, fuck off.
I bring her in
I have to
here
run to the
too.
restroom real quick. I'll pause it because I don't want to miss anything. Can you just chat with chat for a minute?
Yeah, he said, I'll bring her in here too.
Yeah, I'll bring her in here. I'm gonna go see
Yeah,
what she's telling
but
me.
he comes and goes another like 10 times without fucking bringing her in here. At this point, I got aggravated. But go ahead, go
You
pee.
just shut the fuck up, Holman. I'll be right back.
Mm-mm-mm. I don't have all day. I would just wait. But also, like for me, it's not like that he's not being nice. It's not like it's that he's being manipulative with basically no evidence to try to get a confession out of this person. And then we know what happens after this, which is that this ends, he is arrested and then immediately thrown into a prison in solitary confinement, where he then, after 6 months, begins repeating things like this, things that are said by Jerry in this interview, still not knowing what's happening, all while he's covering himself in feces, eating feces, running headfirst into a cinder block wall over and over and over and over again while they sit outside the cell and watch. That's the problem. That's where and throughout all of that, this man Jerry and the other police that he's friends with, none of them find any additional evidence in the 2 years or whatever it was that it took to get to trial. Also, his whole like nice thing doesn't last very long. I mean, it lasted quite a while, but shortly it won't. Yeah, I 100% believe this. Jerry couldn't break him in this interview, so he used prison to do that. And I'll tell you what, some of the like tactics that he used here, like knowing that his wife was something that would get to him, when he went to prison, they used these same things to get to him. So, for instance, putting him in prison in solitary confinement and not allowing him a visit with his wife until after he starts confessing 6 months later. Do you think that's a coincidence?
Well, and oddly confessing to things exactly how Holman said.
And also, well,
not even factual things.
By the time that he was, after he's made confessions and then was allowed to see his wife, the confessions that we're talking to that then got him the reward. So we're talking about what do they call it? What do they call it when it's like you do something good and I reward you, you do something bad, I punish you? It has a word. Someone will say it, I'm sure. So, you know, it's like you start confessing, we haven't let you see your wife in the past 6 months, and we've held you here in solitary confinement in a prison where you shouldn't be. Conditioning, yes. So you shouldn't be here. But then you start saying, these are the confessions that he started offering up was, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. That's literally it. And they reward that by allowing him to then see his wife or start making phone calls to his wife. All while they're drugging him with antipsychotics. So now you're reinforcing, you know, the positive. I see people say like positive and negative reinforcement. So now you have someone that's drugged. He's being drugged, and you're rewarding him for the things you want him to do, and you're punishing him for the things you don't want him to do. So that would be in the form of all of a sudden his tablet's broken. He's not allowed to have in-person visits. He's not allowed to have virtual visits. He's not allowed to go outside. He's not allowed to have a bath. So I think one of the things that baffles me the most out of all of this, and maybe this project with Angela will make it more clear or whatever, but like one of the biggest things that have caused me confusion throughout all of this is how it's not blatantly obvious what they've done here to him. Like, if you're talking about examples of cause and effect, like it's so obvious that it's like, why can't we just acknowledge that this is clearly what happened? Like, it doesn't even necessarily need to mean anything with regards to his guilt or innocence if you don't want to look at it that way. But can we just like acknowledge for a second that what they did was put someone who spent hours in 2 separate interviews repeatedly over and over again saying that he had nothing to do with this, can't explain why anything would attach him to this crime because he knows he has nothing to do with it, doesn't crack a single time, doesn't even try to offer an explanation, which I feel like a lot of people are inclined to do, especially when they're sitting here and saying, all you have to do is tell me what, which obviously is not true because it wouldn't have mattered how he answered. But if a cop is saying to you, this can be done, you can clear this up if you just explain to me why that's there. And then how many people would say, oh, well, maybe one time when I was mushroom hunting sometime in the past, maybe I did drop a bullet, right? And he doesn't even try that. He doesn't even say that. He offers no explanation whatsoever. And then they took this person who they really don't have any evidence against. He can say that witnesses saw him, but he knew. Richard Allen didn't know. Well, I guess he did kind of know. But Jerry knew that those witnesses didn't say they saw Richard Allen. Even at the trial, they didn't say they saw Richard Allen. He was sitting right in front of them. So they put that person that they had no evidence against into a prison. In fact, the most secure prison in all of Indiana, with convicted killers and child molesters and rapists, crazy people in solitary confinement, and withheld things that they knew he needed, such as conversations and visits with his wife, until he did what they wanted them to do. I mean, it's so painfully obvious to me.
I know it's crazy at this point now that there's people who don't see this. I don't know how to explain why some see it this way and others see it a completely different way. It's like almost like a mind fuck because I'm like, it's so blatantly obvious to me at this point. Like, I don't even know how you could question it. I don't even know how. I don't understand. How does this happen?
Like we don't even need
to see it so opposite.
Yeah, we don't even need to talk about, like, even if we're just talking about the basic timeline of these things, we don't even have to talk about like whether the confessions are legit or not, right? Let's just talk about how they came about. And nobody wants to talk about that because when you look at how they came about, it really calls into question whether they are legitimate. To me, it's clear as day. If you put it in a timeline, it's 100% obvious exactly what happened here. And Walla, I don't know if she's still slithering around watching shit. I kind of hope she is. I hope she's watching this.
Fuck her.
Walla knows about the timeline prior to these confessions starting. And I think that if she were truly confronted on, let's just say, the month of March of 2023, and her conversations with Richard Allen and others, I think that it would become even more clear that she was part of implanting particular information in his head, and also positive and negative reinforcements to say and do what
100%. 100%.
it's a shame. Like if I was post conviction counsel, like right now, or I even, if they're, first of all, post conviction counsel doesn't exist right now, but if they did, one of my first questions would be, are you able to subpoena Dr. Walla's communications, her private emails, and text messages between her and maybe members of the Idaho or Indiana State Police, even just for the month of March of 2023, because I think it would be beneficial. But I digress.
But I digress. But you make good points, though. So, I mean, I don't know, I missed a couple big things while I was gone, apparently. So Andrew gifted 20 memberships, which is huge. Thank you so much, Andrew, and welcome to all the new members. That's craziness. And then Streets over here is dropping a $49.99 just to tell you wrong. Tell Jerry Holman he's wrong. So sweet. Thank you guys very, very much for that. And thank you, Sleuthy, for holding down the fort so I could pee. I appreciate that too.
Of course. You know I don't have problems talking.
You're wrong. You're wrong. All right, let's see what we get here.
Let her tell you. Maybe she can convince you to tell the truth.
Oh, convince you to tell the truth.
Oh, he touched a paper. Does that mean he's innocent, or does it mean he's guilty?
No,
which set of rules are we using this time? Fucking weirdos. Okay, this is where Jerry's going to come in and out, in and out, in and out, like a revolving door. He hardly says shit, and then he walks back out again.
How long is he gone for? Yeah, it's just fast forward.
Well, you know that he's out there with Nick, like staring at her. Oh, here he goes. Oh.
Your wife wants to come in and talk to you, so she's going to come and talk to you for a minute, okay? Anything else? You need a smoke break? Another smoke? You want to step out back and smoke before you talk to your wife?
If you'll let me, I will.
You have a cigarette?
They're in my jacket.
If you'll let
Where's
me.
your jacket?
I'm assuming she has it.
Okay.
Oh, it's
like, bitch, you just told me that my wife was coming in here, bitch. Go get her. What do you fucking mean? Like, is she coming in here or no?
Well, you said you want to go smoke before she comes in.
Yeah, we'll see about that. So you would be under the impression that you're going to go smoke right now and then come back, and maybe your wife will already be sitting there. Or shortly after you step back into the room, she'd be coming in, right? He did say, if you'll let me, I will. Meaning, I assume meaning smoking, because then he said they're in his pocket of his jacket.
Right. Which apparently he left his jacket with his wife, so.
Oh my God, Andrew's way too nice.
Andrew, holy shit. Thank you.
If this is why Jerry was promoted, then their expectations are quite low. I just feel like at this point, someone should be asking Doug, after we've all reviewed this, if he's ready to start walking over the shards of hot glass. We could prepare them if he needs us to. And Dakota, yes, I did. I listened to all of the calls. Well, all of the available calls.
Which there's 8 of them. There's no more than 8, right? Nobody else has gotten anything other than that, right?
Not that I've heard.
Okay.
So stay right back.
Is there a restroom I can use?
Fast forward again.
Okay.
Anything else? I'll see if she wants to come talk to you.
I thought you already said she wanted to come talk to him.
Good. You need anything else to drink?
Just over that.
I know. I want to get over it too. I have a job to do. I'm trying to figure shit out.
Get it.
You think you already have it?
Mm-hmm. You still never figured nothing out. This motherfucker after the conviction is still doing interviews where he's saying that
Keeping Klein's involved.
yeah, and other people could be involved.
8 phone calls equals 62 confessions. Yes.
You want to fast forward?
Oh shit, yeah. Give me 1 second. Yes. I thought he was in and out, so I wasn't. He's calling.
Mm-hmm.
Me again. She wants to talk to you.
You already said that.
She's calming down a little bit.
Okay.
We basically told her about the same evidence that we have that we told you about. And she's wants to talk to you. She's a little upset.
Probably terrified.
She is. So she's drinking her water and calming down a little bit. Like I told her, you mentioned it earlier. You're worried about what people are going to think and all this. I get that. But I don't think you're a bad person. Neither does she.
What kind of good person kills 2 people?
People make bad decisions all the time. I don't know what happened.
That's the big one. That's the one where
they did something.
He's obviously not a good person because he says he killed 2 people. That's and we can hear it for ourselves now. That's obviously not what he's saying. Like, you're an idiot. You think
He literally smiles like, is that a joke? Like, you just sat here for an hour and told me I killed 2 kids.
right.
What makes 2 of us?
Well, you have some explaining to do, though. I don't think you can explain why, and other than you think I'm making it up. But good people make bad decisions all the time. Good people get backed into a corner all the time, and I don't know what they did. Maybe. I have a hard time believing they did something I don't think anybody could do something to deserve to be killed over, but if somebody gets angry and their medication isn't right or whatever, I'm on medication. If my medication isn't right, maybe I don't make the best decisions. People that are drinking and doing drugs, not saying you do, but when people drink and do drugs or their medication's off, maybe they make bad decisions. Good people do it all the time, but good people get out in front of it and tell the truth and try to help, put an end to it. It's over.
Did I miss where he said? Because I thought there was. Where does he say that he picked up a 6-pack of beer and drank 3 of them? Is that just a wall of bullshit confession? Because that's not what he said in the other interview. Does he say it later on in this one?
No, that's a wall of bullshit confession. That's not in this at all.
Oh, okay. So here he's talking about people drinking and making bad decisions. So I just thought that was another interesting little side piece.
And she believes that she doesn't think we're making any of this up.
She believes that she doesn't think we're making any of this up.
You think you're a good person. I think you're a good person. I just think something went wrong. I don't know why or what happened, but only one person can tell me, and that's you.
I can't tell you something that I don't know. And I don't know how to make that any clearer.
You don't want to remember?
Oh my God, I didn't do anything. I didn't murder 2 little girls. I didn't help somebody murder 2 little girls. I wasn't involved in, what'd you say, scheming or whatever. I wasn't involved with these 2 girls in any way, shape, or form. Never even seen them before.
Rude to be on your phone, asshole.
Did Andrew get another 20?
I'm gonna let her talk to you a little bit.
At the same point.
You guys can try to sort this out.
Fucking A, Andrew. That's crazy. Thank you
Let me know
so
whatever I
much.
can do to help. If you need more water or anything. Okay? Need another smoke break.
More water? He just gave him that one after an hour.
Yeah, he's stalling.
I just feel like you're I don't know.
Yeah, you don't
I
know.
don't know what to say.
You.
Mhm.
I said, you don't know what to think.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
It's tough.
It's not tough, it's bullshit.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
If you had a valid explanation of all this, but you don't. That's what
I can't explain something I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
Whose birthday's April 1st, 1990?
Okay, we're back to nothing. Okay, so Kathy finally did it.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
It's all right, babe. It's gonna be all right. They're trying to tell me that you actually believe that I did it. And I just can't believe that.
Trying to figure out where there's a bullet out there.
I know. You think I'm not? And that's what I told them.
Oh, shit.
I can't explain something I don't understand. I tried to explain to them that there's no way that a bullet from my gun was at a murder scene because it didn't happen. I didn't even have my gun that day I went out. You know me. You know this isn't something I could do. And I know that you know that. You don't have to tell me that. I know.
She's nodding her head. She agrees with him.
they really think I did this. And they want me to believe that I know you know I didn't do this.
She's shaking her head.
I guess that's
She's
what I'm
agreeing
saying.
with him.
She's nodding her head. She barely speaks. She can barely speak.
Here, but I'm not gonna say something that's not true, and I can't explain something that I don't understand. The only way for me to explain it is that I don't know. Because I'm saying it's not possible. There's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help somebody murder anybody. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and try to convince you. I know you know me. I know you know that I didn't do this, had anything to do with it. Talk about scheming or something.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't.
I don't know how did a bullet from your gun get out there?
I don't know, honey.
Because they said it came from our gun.
I know
Because
that.
they said it came from our gun.
That's what they're telling me.
But how did it get there?
I don't know.
They said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it.
Does he not know where the bullet came from that's in his fucking box?
Nope.
It's in
They
a
don't.
keepsake box.
Neither
Does
of
he
them
not
do.
actually know why it's there?
Nope.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Nope. Go ahead and play it again because I was probably talking.
He's saying, I don't know. They showed
And
me
I
that
don't
too.
I don't know.
They said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it. And I don't.
I can't either. They keep asking me and I don't know how to answer that.
You
There's no
answer
way
it.
for me to know.
I understand. Me either. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. You want to keep asking me and I just keep telling you I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain something that isn't possible.
She said
But
they said
this
she
is
said they said that you had a bullet in the box or whatever on
Above
top of
your
your dresser.
Uh-huh.
Now, Holman said she said it's been there since 2017. She clearly didn't know shit about it.
No. Neither one of them do.
Exactly.
You guys have to remember, they already went and talked to her on the 18th without him.
And then have been talking to her.
Correct. They have been doing everything they can to get in her head. And now you've got this unspent round that she doesn't understand the tool marking. She doesn't understand the ballistic side of it. She doesn't understand any of that. She thinks the cops are telling her the bullet from her husband's gun matches the bullet found in her house.
Right.
The interview with Kathy should have been recorded, but it wasn't evidence in the trial, so we can't get it as an exhibit, and we're being denied access to the regular discovery.
We also don't know.
How does she not know?
We also don't know what they said to her in terms of, like, we're going to let you go in, but, you know, let's just say, so we know that the round was in a keepsake box that was on a dresser in between their two closets. So you have her coming in saying they said that a bullet from our gun, right?
I thought she said your, but okay.
No, she said our gun. And then she says about this bullet in the box or whatever. They said there's a bullet in a box that matches the one at the scene that was on top of your dresser. So we don't know if they said to her, we don't know who, like, basically what I'm trying to say is you need to go in there and get him to say something about how that bullet got at the scene, because otherwise you had access to the gun too.
Yep, you're going to be charged as an accessory.
Correct.
I have no doubt in my mind they threatened to charge her with something. Accessory
Absolutely.
after the fact. Yeah, absolutely. Scaring the shit out of her that she's going to go to prison right along with him.
Absolutely. And they have a child.
I mean, the child's married at this point.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, grandbabies and everything else are coming.
Yep.
I don't take anything as coached. Maybe there's something that I haven't seen yet, but no, I don't. There's nothing coached. I don't know how to answer that. Well, he doesn't know how to answer it either. About the bullet being out there or the unspent round being out there, neither one know how to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not his.
This is what I do know. I know that no bullet from my gun was connected with a murder in any way, shape, or form. And there's no way a bullet from my gun would have been near Abby and Libby's murder or anything else, because I never even seen those girls. Period. And I didn't even have my gun that day. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make somebody understand. I get what he's saying. I don't have a way to explain it.
Nodding again.
And they're like, there's a witness that said it was you out there.
Oh, there's a witness who says it was him.
Said it was you.
Yeah,
How did they know it was you? So they said they showed her a picture.
Uh-huh.
And I'm
That's
like,
a fucking lie. They
Did
told
she say
Kathy.
they showed her a lineup? They showed the witness a lineup and that she pointed out Rick?
Yep, they told Kathy that they showed the witness a picture of Rick and that she said it was him that she saw. That's what she just said.
Dear,
And
I
she's
don't
crying.
know.
like, how did they know it was you? So they said they showed her a picture. And I'm like, of course you were out there.
If they seen me out there, they seen me out there, dear. And I
But
told
were you
them,
on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I don't
thing that,
remember you telling me that.
I don't remember you telling me that.
So I told you you weren't on it. But I didn't.
it doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
Pause
Huh?
for a second.
So I just was.
No.
Sorry, I'm trying to hear what she's saying.
She says that she doesn't remember him telling her that he went out to the first railroad or to the first trestle or whatever.
I don't remember you telling me that.
And she's apologizing because she told them in her interview that he did not go out onto the bridge. And she's apologizing to him because she didn't remember him saying that she's not saying, you told me you didn't go out on the bridge. She said, I'm sorry, I told them you didn't because I didn't remember you saying you went out there.
Yeah. And he's like, it's okay. It doesn't matter.
It's fine.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. Let's see. There was a lot of mumbly there, though, that I did not pick up on everything she was saying.
You can go back 5 seconds because I made you stop.
I didn't do anything. And I told them,
on the bridge.
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I
thing
don't
that,
remember you telling me that.
I don't remember you telling me that.
You told me, so I told you weren't on it. But I didn't.
it doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told
Hon,
me you weren't.
huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked.
You told me you weren't.
Okay.
I love
So
you,
she
babe.
first said she didn't remember
Yeah,
him saying
I don't
that.
remember
She
you
said,
saying
told me
that.
you weren't. But again, you have to consider the fact that she literally was just being interrogated.
Right. You told me.
And this was 5.5 years prior.
Right.
And this is the first time they ever spoke to her.
Here, I'm going to go back one more time. Sorry, guys.
Hon, huh?
You told me you weren't, so I told you weren't on it. But I didn't.
It doesn't, hon, you're not.
You told me you weren't, so I told him you weren't. And he says it doesn't matter.
I don't know how to make somebody understand. I get what he's saying.
I went back too far.
I don't have a way to explain it.
And they're like, there's a witness that said it was you out there.
Dear, I don't know
And I'm
what,
like, how do they know it was you? And so they said they showed her a picture. And I'm like, of course you were out there.
if they see me out there, they see me out there, dear. And I
But
told
were you
them,
on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle,
Oh, okay.
that first
I don't
thing that,
remember you telling me that.
I don't remember you telling me that.
You told me you weren't, so I told you weren't on it. But I didn't.
it doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Tell him, right?
Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told
Hon,
me you weren't.
huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked.
You said you told me you weren't, so.
Okay.
See, he doesn't even retell her what he said.
Right. He just says, I love you, baby.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Didn't some big fat dumb fuck say that the reason that he was suspicious was because he emptied all his pockets before he went in?
Yeah, did that just fall out of his pocket?
Sure did.
Yeah, she said, I thought you told me you weren't. And then she says, yeah, I'm going to have to actually transcribe the whole thing because I think that can get a little confusing because she's a little mumbly. But she seems more upset about the fact that she told them he wasn't. Like now they're going to say like she's lying.
I actually think that so it comes right after she's crying when she says that they told her that a girl saw him out there that day. And she said, well, how do you know it was him? And they said, they showed her a picture and she said that it was him. So then she says she comes out of seemingly nowhere saying, you didn't tell me you were on the bridge that day or whatever is said that brings up him going on the bridge. I think she's saying that because she's continuing what they said to her. And I think they were referring to Betsy Blair seeing him on the first platform.
All eyes, can you send it to me? I don't know. I can see how people are picking up one way and one way, one way this way and the other way that way. I can see that.
I've been an abused wife, and if I didn't answer correctly, my husband most assuredly would not say, I love you, baby. Trust me. He would have said, I told you, blah, 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 blah. Jesus Christ. Now you fucked this up. You done told them something that's not true. That's what an abusive husband does.
Yeah, I think he's just, at that point, he's just like,
this he basically just says, I'm not going to argue with her about her, whatever she told them, because it doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't matter, and I just need her to know I love her. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna listen to this part multiple times later, just because I'm making such a big deal out of it, and I want to kind of get a good feel for how I feel. Because as of right now, I just feel like she's upset that she told them something that she believed that could get him in trouble.
Correct.
He's trying to convince her like it's okay, it doesn't matter because I didn't do anything wrong anyway. Exactly. So no matter what you told them, it's irrelevant. Exactly. And he's like, I'm not going to fight with you about it because it's not really worth anything because it's not. Exactly. They're not going to prove anything to me.
She's saying, I'm sorry, like exactly like you just said, like, oh my God, I might have just told them something that I thought you said. And so now we might have told them two different stories. And now I'm scared they're going to use that against you. That's absolutely how I
says, I thought that you, I forgot that you told me that, or I didn't think, or something along those lines. And then she says something about, I thought you weren't there. I thought you weren't. And then she says something else about being on the bridge. Like there's 3 different times at least that she talks about it, and it's all different. So I don't know. I'm gonna keep going.
what they're trying to do, but I know that that's not what I told you. And I love you. And I just,
Love you too.
it's just,
Hang on to your pants.
This is exactly what I would never want for you. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to say I did something I didn't do. I'm not.
That's how I feel for this, but
Yeah.
And I know you know me. And I know you know that I would never do this. All I can say, hon, is you know me. I know, and I know you know me, and I know you. And what they're doing to you right now, I'm not okay with this at all. And they know it, but they're going to do what they're going to do. I'm just sorry you're having to hurt. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it. I mean, it's like I told them, the damage is already done. You've already talked to people I work with, you talk
That's
to
right, I
neighbors of mine, and I care about what people think. You know I care about what people think.
I know.
Hell, I have enough trouble not trying to believe that people think. Half the time I just think they think what I'm thinking. You know what I'm talking about. I'm always worried about what Jory thinks or.
I know.
And they're trying to, talk about my anxiety and depression and shit. And, I've tried to explain to them it's been going on for 7, 8 years. Hell, I've had it my whole life. They want me to tell them that I did it. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to admit to something that I didn't do. How stupid is that?
I agree with that too.
I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to doing something I had nothing to do with.
That's the big one right there.
And I'm not going to try to explain something I can't explain because I don't know.
I think that's
me,
important
I don't
because
know.
the way that it was relayed to us was that he said to Jerry, I don't care what you do to me.
Right.
I'm not, but he's telling his wife, I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to. And I think that any normal, reasonable person can say that and not think that they're going to then be tortured because, like, there's laws against that. So I don't think that he could have foreseen anything they would have done to him. Do you know what I mean?
Hold on, I'm so sorry. What the hell is this? A decent true crime YouTuber, but not the nicest woman in the world.
Well, we can't all be nice all the time.
Thank you, I think. I don't really know how to take that comment. Nor have I ever laid claim to ever being the nicest woman in the world. But I don't know. Thank you, I think.
Just take it as a compliment and move
Yeah,
on. But I 100% agree. What we're fixing to see from Jerry Holman was 100% a show specifically for in front of his wife because he knows that she's a basket case right now and he knows how Rick feels about her, period. Because the way he's fixing to act right now, he was not like that when she was not in the room.
Well, no, this is all important.
It's
This
a
is all
big show.
important to do in front of her because that's what they want is to get a reaction out of him
Yep.
about her. They've now, out of everything that they have figured out his weakness is his wife. Now, tell me that being the weakness isn't used against him when he is put into prison.
Go ahead and work. Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Come on. That's the one thing.
Because this is about to get crazy.
And he says in the call, when we go over that, when we get to do the next live, that absolutely, he says, I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. You, like you in particular. I need to be telling you this. Watch the link. No, I can't do that. Sorry.
A lot of really interesting things were said in those calls.
Yeah. Well, let's finish this. So then the next one, we'll dissect that.
Yeah, they're really difficult.
I just know that I never even carried the gun unless we were going mushroom hunting, tromping through the woods, or fishing along the river. That's the only time I even carried it for the most part. I never even would have, hell, I haven't carried my gun, and I don't even remember a time when I used to carry it. I mean, other than going fishing, like if we were going night fishing.
But how could the bullet get there, honey? I can't understand that.
I told you, I can't either, hon. There's two explanations. One is the bullet didn't come from my gun.
But did it though, honey? The cut ballistics on it.
I get that. Then it didn't come from a murder scene. I don't know what else to say.
Those are the only two
I
options.
get that. I get what they're saying. What I'm telling you is,
They've
if
got her
that bullet came from my gun, there's no way it was found with their investigation for the murders. There's no way. I can't explain something I have no answer for. They want you to think that I got it. That's what this is all about. They want you to come in here and make me believe that you think I did it, and I know you don't. You know me too well.
And he's like, I know what the trick is.
Yeah, because Holman already told him that she thinks he did it. She believes him.
Right. And I already know, and I already told him, like, nope, ain't gonna happen. Like, she knows me, and she's gonna tell you that I would never do something like this.
Something like this, or even be involved with something like this. So they're probably going to come and take you away from me and go at me again. So just tell them you want an attorney, and they'll have to let you leave. Don't worry about me.
Yes.
I'm trying to, I don't know what they're doing.
Absolutely that.
Yes, you do.
There is no way.
I'm believing that everything is that we're seeing in the black is where poly is mentioned. A polygraph is mentioned.
So
Because
it comes in and he's like basically already in. We don't know what he has said, but he's screaming now.
well, so that's my thing is like we know that he says, you know, Kathy, if you were innocent, if you're innocent, wouldn't you take a polygraph?
Right.
And
Okay.
he says yes, and then they start like fighting or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm going with the fact that since this is an exhibit, they weren't allowed to talk about the poly in front of the jury, and so that's why we're seeing all these black spots. It's every time like, well, all right, you keep saying you didn't kill these two girls, take a poly, then take a polygraph, then take a polygraph.
And I wish you would have said, if you're telling me that you 100% believe that that bullet came out of my gun and that I did this and that you already know that I did this and you just want me to explain, then what good would it be to take a polygraph?
Right.
And Kara, before you keep going, Kara said, she made a post about this. And she said, oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on. This one. She says, a lot of people are commenting about the repeated lying Holman did during Richard Allen's interrogation. Unfortunately, in Indiana, the police are allowed to lie to adult suspects during these interrogations. In fact, it's all part of the Reed technique. Many examples of these false evidence ploys can be found in Rick's interrogation. How many times does Holman falsely claim that the extraction marks are like fingerprints? Pseudoscience evidence like this is one of the most persuasive lies police tell in interrogations to extract a confession. What's amazing isn't that Holman lied, it's that it didn't work. Another hallmark of the Reed technique, how many times does Holman tell Rick he's there to help him? The bad guy prosecutor just wants to lock Rick up, but Holman wants to help. At some point, Holman tries a different version of the same technique. He tries to get Rick to say he was involved somehow, even if only in a limited way. This technique is known as minimization. You confront the suspect with certain themes to try to extract a confession. You're a good person, and we know you didn't mean to do this. You were involved, but you were coerced by someone else. Don't be the fall guy for this. Let me help, etc. Why does Holman get so angry at the end? Simple. The Reed technique is very effective. Many suspects eventually confess. Rick didn't. That made Holman mad. One last thought. A lot of people have commented that they wished they knew what was redacted from the interrogations. This is just a guess, but an educated one. At any point, did police offer Rick a polygraph? That's another common ploy in the Reed technique. Police claim that the suspect can prove he didn't do it, and all this will just go away by taking a polygraph. The problem? Police score the polygraphs. This is why they aren't admitted in court without the parties agreeing. They are junk science, completely unreliable. If Rick was offered a polygraph, that would have been redacted because his decision to take or not take it would have not been shown to the jury. So essentially, Holman just spent all this time saying that he did it. Why would he? If he took a polygraph, it would then be interpreted by Holman, essentially.
You mean kind of like Reese's?
Yeah, just like Reese's.
Yep, with the pocket poly.
Yep. I still think it was a blood pressure cuff. If Kathy said she would, why didn't they give Kathy one?
I don't think he offered to take a poly. I think he said no. And the whole thing we can go back to the documents, but it states that they didn't want that in front of the jury because
but I'm saying if Holman walked in and said, Kathy,
there's no requirement to do it.
If he said, Kathy, if you didn't have anything to do with this, would you take a polygraph? And she said, yeah. Like, why didn't they offer Kathy a polygraph?
Because then they'd have to kill the polygrapher.
They offered a lot of other people polygraphs. And also, are we fucking forgetting that they offered Elvis Fields a polygraph and he declined?
Right.
But nobody, like, they think it would be weird for Rick to say no, but it's not weird for Elvis to say no?
I'd never take a polygraph.
Fuck no, I would never.
Out of my list of things that I tell my viewers to never do or to always do, like always have an attorney. Never let them search anything without a search warrant.
Oh, shit.
Right, they did. That's my point. So they can't offer her one because that's another person they'd have to kill.
Yeah.
Gotta kill.
All right, go ahead and finish. We're at the good part. We're about to be over.
Okay, so Holman, whatever was edited out is when Holman comes in and talks about the poly, for sure.
That evidence is going to show that I did.
Hold on.
Yes, you do.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did this.
Fucking here, Rick.
You got one piece of evidence that I can't explain.
Multiple. I'm not showing you my whole fucking hand here.
I don't care. I'm showing you I'm done
And
talking.
now you're gonna drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit that you made a mistake.
Wait, I thought that Holman said that he only escalated when the other person escalated.
Yep. And he only cussed at him because Rick
After-
was cussing at him.
Rick was cussing at him.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we don't see that because we don't see him like, don't talk to my fucking wife. Maybe he said something like that.
And keep going.
And whatever the fuck happened out there, we'll never fucking know. Because you're too big of a fucking bullheaded. Go ahead.
So tell you I did something.
Tell me
that
the
I
truth.
didn't do.
The truth, Rick. I don't want to know.
I've told you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
The evidence tells me otherwise. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved in this.
No, it doesn't.
It fucking does.
It doesn't. I'm telling you that there is no way that a bullet from my gun was used in these murders.
And I'm telling you that we had this fucking round on February the 14th, 2017. It's been secured in a fucking laboratory. And we tested other guns
I understand
I'm
what you're
telling her.
saying.
I want her to hear this.
I
Rick.
understand what you're saying. What
Mhm.
I can't explain something I don't understand.
Oh, the scientists
That's not
explained it
possible.
for you. The lab analysis of analysts have explained that for you. They're saying that this round, without a doubt, came from your gun.
Then
And
you've
told me
taken it from somewhere else then. Because it's not possible.
I did not take it from somewhere else. It was logged in. It was taken as photograph. You think we fucking went and stole your fucking round and threw it down by a fucking dead girl's foot?
See, this is so weird.
This is realistic.
I understand.
We collected that fucking item on February the 14th. We didn't take it from anywhere else but that fucking scene.
Way too much information, Jerry.
We took it from your fucking
I'm
house.
telling you, I can't explain something.
And I'm telling you, the fucking analysts explain it. You can't get past this.
Can you please let my wife out?
Absolutely. Come on, Kathy.
I love you, baby.
Aww.
Can I kiss her?
Yeah, kiss her. I mean, do the right thing, Kathy. Tell him to do the right thing.
She knows I will.
Yeah, do the right thing.
She knows I will, you
You're
stupid
gonna
fuck.
put your family through this for no reason.
You're putting your family through this for no reason.
No reason. Holman is a fucking piece of shit.
Yep.
How many times did Rick say the F word?
I didn't hear it at all, but it was literally every other word out of Holman's mouth.
I hope whoever was in here complaining about my language doesn't really like Holman.
Motherfuckers.
Hey, there you go.
Motherfuckers.
Yep.
They deserve that.
Now he's saying fuck.
Because look what he just did in front of his wife.
Well, yeah, on purpose. So Rick said fuck when Jerry's out of the room, so now Jerry can really say fuck. A whole bunch. He told Kathy, tell him to do the right thing. Kathy wasn't like, yeah, Rick, do the right thing.
Yeah.
She was like, she didn't say that.
And he said, she knows I will. He just stared at the door waiting for his fat ass to walk back through.
What?
You're gonna pay for what you've done to my wife.
What am I
You
doing?
wanna
What?
fuck with me, but you leave my wife out of this.
Aww.
Fuck, leave me out of it.
No, you're involved in this. You're fucking rounds there, Rick.
No, it's
I can
not.
see you're getting pissed off. I
I
understand.
am pissed off. Did you not see my wife?
Did you not see these fucking two girls dead? No, that's what happened. You got fucking pissed off at them. You fucking dragging them down a fucking hill, and you fucking killed them. Don't fucking tell me you didn't.
I didn't kill anyone.
Bullshit.
Oh, shit.
You're upset for a reason, not
Because
because
you
of
guys
us.
are trying to
Because of you.
kill somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this fucking round shit up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
Happy to. Be fucking happy to, because I tried to fucking help you and you wouldn't fucking do it.
Oh, you're helping me.
You are such a piece of shit.
Guilty, and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
See, they cut out, you're guilty of something.
This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on
Hold on.
you. Guilty, and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
And I'm not paying for any of this shit. You're paying. This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on you, Rick. You had your fucking opportunity. Fuck.
Holy shit. Well, holy shit.
Yep. You go to the very last the very last things that Jerry was saying when he said you dragged them down the hill or whatever he said.
You fucking dragged him down the fucking hill and you fucking killed.
What?
Don't fucking tell me.
You dragged him down the hill?
You fuck with me, but you leave my wife out of this. Fuck, leave me out of it.
No, you're involved in this. You're fucking rounds there, Rick.
No, it's
I can
not.
see you're getting pissed off. I
I
understand.
am pissed off. Did you not see my wife?
Did you not see these fucking two girls dead?
No,
That's what happened. You got fucking pissed off at them. You fucking dragged them down the fucking hill and you fucking killed. Don't fucking tell me you didn't.
I didn't kill anyone.
Bullshit. Fucking upset for a reason, not because
You
of
guys
us.
are trying to
Because of
kill
you.
somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this fucking round shit up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
Happy to. Be fucking happy to, because I tried to fucking help you and you wouldn't fucking do it.
Oh, you're helping me.
Guilty, and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
And I'm not paying for any of this shit. You're paying. This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on you, Rick. You had your fucking opportunity. Fuck. Fucking bully.
Did he say fucking bully? Is that what he said?
It's unfucking believable or something. Fucking unbelievable. Damn. You say you dragged him down a hill.
Mm-hmm. And he killed him. He said you fucking dragged him down the hill and you fucking killed them.
Great space. Rick did an Uno reverse read onto Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Made Jerry fucking lose his fucking mind. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I don't know what to tell you guys. I am more convinced than I ever was that this guy has nothing to fucking do with anything. That's going to piss a lot of people off. I really don't care. It's the truth. I do not see how people are at the point where they think that this guy is the right guy. I just can't.
The read technique works so much of the time that it actually works on people that didn't fucking do anything. What are the odds that it doesn't work on someone that did do something? You know what I mean? It works so often that it gets people to confess to shit they never did, right?
Well, yeah.
So what are the odds that it doesn't work at all?
Want to go to Alcatraz and you can't get there because you can't get near my badge.
My God. How did we get here?
How did we get here? Who knows? Who knows anymore? This is crazy shit. Where is this dumb shit? Somebody wants to get near my badge. Those are not worth the shit that they're full of Kool-Aid and hate. That's right, Angel Ray. I don't know, guys. That was crazy. That's crazy to me. I think that it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. I don't see it. I miss when the craziest shit in the Delphi world was counterfeit parents.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
No one will ever forget that.
Good times. Good times.
Counterfeit parents.
Yeah, you're like, who has counterfeit parents? How do people sell counterfeit parents?
I literally
Well,
sat here for like minutes, dead silent, trying to figure out why you guys were talking about counterfeit parents, like, and what that even means. Like, I'm like, I was like the actual, that that gif of what's her face where it's like all the numbers and stuff are popping up and she's looking around like counterfeit parents. What the fuck?
What the fuck? The videos that the jury asked to see again was these two, the interrogation videos from the one we watched yesterday and the one from today, and then 2 of the bridge guy enhancements, the voice enhancement and the I'm gonna go with it's the stabilized one, but I'm all
It
eyes
was like the stabilized, enhanced, zoomed in version of
right.
the video.
Joe Schmo.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah, 2 years, 1 mouth. Yeah, now we know why Rick confessed to shooting them because Holman mentioned the bullet a million times, then said only the killer knew about that. Also, yeah, how weird was it to actually hear like Richard Allen's confessions in the shit that Jerry Holman was lying to him about?
Mm-hmm. Like about the bullet, like the gun being racked at the end of the bridge.
Yeah, that was a big one. Jesus, I don't know. I'm just kind of appalled. I'm gonna do my best to go live tomorrow. I just don't want to make any promises because I just don't know how the schedule is going to be with I have back to school night for the tiny human. So
back to school night.
Not back to school. Open house. The one at the end of the year. The end of the year one. Yeah, she stole puppies too. She did. Yeah, she was selling counterfeit parents. You got me saying parents. She was selling counterfeit parrots and she stole people's dogs.
It still sounds like
Please read
parents
the
to
last
me.
part of the interrogation again. Okay, hold on. I can do that for you. Hold, please. She's a puppy napper.
A puppy napper and a bird painter.
Yeah, it's a little late for back to school. Sorry, I said the wrong one. Okay, hold on. Which part do you want? Just the after
Ew.
Kathy leaves?
Eating cookies in the bed and leaving crumbs and shit, that's the most atrocious of all.
Isn't that what happened?
How
Did
dare
we
you?
have this conversation?
Oh my God,
yeah,
it
was Lacey. Gosh, you have a good memory.
It was so funny. Someone made a comment about some guy looking like a guy that would like eat crackers in bed or whatever. And I immediately identified with that because like, see, if Fiend was here, he would probably tell me he eats crackers in bed because like all the things that like I love Fiend. Yes. And then Fiend does all the things I don't love that men do. And I was just thinking like, if a man was sitting there eating crackers in my bed, like, and I could say this because like my ex-husband did it and I wanted, I mean, I was too afraid of him to do so, but I like, if I wasn't afraid of him, I'd have killed him because it is the most disgusting. Like it got to the point where like, I would be paranoid that like, I would think I could feel them on me in the bed. And like when crackers, when crumbs and shit get in the bed, you can wipe and wipe and wipe and wipe and wipe and wipe and wipe all you want to. They're still there.
I remember when you said that. I remember when you like freaked out about the crackers in the or the crumbs in the bed.
Like I would come in and grab a whole ass brand new sheet and like lay the sheet on my side.
Okay, Cooper, this is such a great question. So I was not actually familiar with this case. I don't know if you guys have watched anything on it. And I was at my mother-in-law's house and my sister-in-law ended up mentioning it to me and I was horrified. So I did start digging into it, but I mean that trial is going to be that trial is going to be far out. But I want to actually try to cover that case like at least in one video. I mean that's a doozy.
I haven't watched it, but Karen Reed's supposed to be starting on Tuesday, so
Karen, yeah, I just wanted. I was trying to just put some stuff together because she was a cutie. She was a little cutie pie, and her dad did some really atrocious stuff to her, and ended up killing her, cutting off her hands, and
oh my God.
put her in a abandoned house, and then went on the news and pled for people to help find her. I mean, so it's tough, but
I
okay.
still would not allow this, but if you're gonna do it, like that's how you got to do it. Like if you're gonna eat the crackers or the cookies, you better be able to fit the whole thing in your mouth.
Idaho 4, yes. So they had the hearing today. I ended up having to take my mom to the doctor, so I was unable to stream it, and I've only gotten through the first like hour and a half of it myself, so I didn't even get to yeah, I didn't even get to finish.
Oh, you're gonna have to watch that.
I haven't finished Idaho. So yes, I will touch on Idaho as soon as I possibly can. But yeah, I mean, there's
You're
already
gonna
some
want to
crazy
watch
stuff.
that, and I
Yeah,
want to answer Indiana Girl's question because I started. It says, so
right.
did we determine? Oh, can I? Oh, I can. So did we determine? Did they tell Kathy that a witness saw a lineup and ID'd him or not? So yes and no.
Not a
Not a
lineup, a
lineup.
picture of him.
Yeah, they said they told her that a girl saw him there, and she said, "Well, how do you know? How does she know it was him?" And their response to him or to their response to that question was they showed her a picture of Rick, and she said that was the guy she saw.
Yeah, which is not true.
So they told her that not a lineup, but that they told her that a witness positively ID'd him just based on a picture of him.
Correct.
Which is not true and also wouldn't be proper. It's
Yes.
literally like why lineups exist. So you don't do shit like that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to actually do that.
Yeah.
And yes, Idaho Charlie will be covering Idaho 4. But next week we're going to be streaming Karen Reed's trial. So
yeah, hopefully that does start Tuesday.
Okay, here we're going to play this again, and then I'm going to go eat dinner, and then you probably need to get to bed soon.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be all right.
I know, crazy.
They're trying to tell me that you actually believe that I did it. And I just can't believe that.
Trying to figure out why there's a bullet out there.
I know. Do you think I'm not? And that's what I told them. But I can't explain something I don't understand. I tried to explain to them that there's no way that a bullet from my gun was at a murder scene because it didn't happen. I didn't even have my gun that day I went out. You know me. You know this isn't something I could do. And I know that you know that. You don't have to tell me that, I know. They really think I did this. And they want me to believe that I know you know I didn't do this. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're trying to do here, but I'm not going to say something that's not true, and I can't explain something that I don't understand. The only way for me to explain it is that I don't know, because I'm saying it's not possible. There's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help somebody murder anybody. You know, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you. I know you know me. I know you know that I didn't do this, had anything to do with it. I talked about scheming or something.
Yeah, I don't. Don't know how did the bullet from your gun get out there?
I don't know, honey.
Because they said it came from our gun.
I know that's what they believe me. That's what they're telling me.
But how did it get there?
I don't know.
They said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it. And I don't.
I can't either. They keep asking me, and I don't know how to answer that.
You
There's no
answer
way
it.
for me to know.
I understand. Me either. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. You want to keep asking me, and I just keep telling you I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain something that isn't possible. But I know, this is what I do know. I know that no bullet from my gun was connected with a murder in any way, shape, or form. And there's no way a bullet from my gun would have been near Abby and Libby's murder or anything else, because I never even seen those girls. Period. And I didn't even have my gun that day. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make somebody understand. I get what he's saying. I don't have a way to explain it.
And they're like, there's a witness that said it was you out there.
Dear, I don't
And
know
I'm
what.
like, how did they know it was you? And so they said they showed her a picture. And I'm like, of course you were out there.
If they seen me out there, they seen me out there, dear. And I
But
told
were you
them.
on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I
thing
don't
that.
remember you telling me that. You told me so I told you weren't on it. But I didn't.
It doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Tell him right.
Huh?
Didn't tell him right.
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told me you weren't.
Huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked.
Okay.
I love you, baby. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I know that that's not what I told you. I love you. And I just, it's just, they're not going to get away with this.
That's what I think, classic overthinker.
This is exactly what I would never want for you. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to say I did something I didn't do. I'm not.
Well, I don't think you lied to
And
Kevin.
I know you know me. And I know you know that I would never do this. All I can say, hon, is you know me. I know, and I know you know me, and I know you. And what they're doing to you right now, I'm not okay with this at all. And they know it, but they're going to do what they're going to do. I'm just sorry you're having to hurt. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it.
Well, the first thing she said was, I didn't remember.
Like I told them, the damage is already done. You probably talk to people I work with, you talk to neighbors of mine, and I care about what people think.
This part's interesting. He's just rambling now.
You know I care about what people think.
You know.
Hell, I have enough trouble not trying to believe that people think. Half the time I just think they think what I'm thinking. You know what I'm talking about. I'm always worried about what Jory thinks or.
I know.
And they're trying to, talk about my anxiety and depression and shit. And
I think it was a pocket
I
knife
tried to
too.
explain to them it's been
You
going
do?
on for 7-8 years.
Yeah, I think that was a pocket knife.
Oh, yeah, I think.
Hell, I've had it my whole life.
I thought it was a lighter.
They want me to tell them that I did it. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to admit to something that I didn't do. How stupid is that? I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to doing something I had nothing to do with. And I'm not going to try to explain something I can't explain because I don't know. You tell me because I don't know. I just know that I never even carried the gun unless we were going mushroom hunting, tromping through the woods, or fishing along the river. That's the only time I even carried it for the most part. I never even would have, hell, I haven't carried my gun and I don't even remember a time when I used to carry it. I mean, other than going fishing, like if we were going night fishing.
But how could the bullet get out there, honey? I can't understand that.
I told you, I can't either, hon. There's two explanations. One is the bullet didn't come from my gun.
But did it though, honey? The cut ballistics on it.
I get that. Then it didn't come from a murder scene. I don't know what else to say. I get that. I get what they're saying. What I'm telling you is, if that bullet came from my gun, there's no way it was found with their investigation for the murders. There's no way. I can't explain something I have no answer for. They want you to think that I done it. That's what this is all about. They want you to come in here and make me believe that you think I did it, and I know you don't. You know me too well. You know I'd never do something like this, or even be involved with something like this. So they're probably going to come and take you away from me and go at me again. So. Just tell them you want an attorney and they'll have to let you leave. Don't worry about me. I'm trying to, I don't know what they're doing.
See, that's weird to me too. He knows. Tell him you want an attorney and they'll let you leave. Why doesn't he ever say he wants an attorney? That's like probably my biggest issue.
I kind of think that he probably thinks it doesn't matter. Like if he gets one, he's still going to jail.
Yes, you do.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did
Right
this.
fucking here, Rick.
You got one piece of evidence
I got
that I
multiple
can't explain.
pieces. Multiple. I'm not showing you my whole fucking hand here.
I'm telling you, I'm done talking.
And now you're gonna drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit that you made a mistake. And whatever the fuck happened out there, we'll never fucking know because you're too big of a fucking bullheaded. Go ahead.
So tell you I did something.
Tell me
that
the
I
truth.
didn't do.
The truth, Rick. I don't want to
I've
know.
told you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
The evidence tells me otherwise. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved in this.
No, it doesn't.
It fucking does.
It doesn't. I'm telling you that there is no way that a bullet from my gun was used in these murders.
And I'm telling you that we had this fucking round on February the 14th, 2017. It's been secured in a fucking laboratory. And we've tested other guns.
I understand
I'm
what you're
telling
saying.
her to hear this,
I
Rick.
understand what you're saying. What I'm telling you is, I can't explain something I don't understand.
Oh, the scientists
That's not
explained it
possible.
for you. The lab analysts have explained that for you. They're saying that this round, without a doubt, came from your gun.
Then
And
you've
you told me.
taken it from somewhere else then. Because it's not possible.
I did not take it from somewhere else. It was logged in. It was taken as photograph. You think we fucking went and stole your fucking round and threw it down by a fucking dead girl's foot? This ain't fucking TV. This is realistic.
I understand.
We collected that fucking item on February the 14th. We didn't take it from anywhere else but that fucking scene. And we didn't take your gun from anywhere else. We took it from your fucking house.
I'm telling you, I can't explain something.
And I'm telling you, the fucking analysts explain it. You can't get past this.
Can you please let my wife out?
Absolutely. Come on, Kathy.
I love you, baby. Can I kiss her?
Yeah, kiss her. Do the right thing, Kathy. Tell him to do the right thing.
She knows I will.
Yeah, do the right thing. You're going to put your family through this for no reason. What?
What?
You're gonna pay for what you've done to my wife.
What am I
You
doing?
wanna
What?
fuck with me, but you leave my wife out of this. Fuck, leave me out of it.
No, you're involved in this. You're fucking rounds there, Rick.
No, it's
I can
not.
see you're getting pissed off. I understand.
I am pissed off. Did you not see my wife?
Did you not see these fucking two girls dead? No, that's what happened. You got fucking pissed off at them. You fucking dragging them down a fucking hill, and you fucking killed them. Don't fucking tell me you didn't.
I didn't kill anybody.
Bullshit. Fucking upset for a reason, not because
You
of
guys
us.
are trying to
Because of
kill
you.
somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this fucking round shit up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
Happy to. Be fucking happy to, because I tried to fucking help you and you wouldn't fucking do it.
Oh, you're helping me.
Guilty, and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
And I'm not paying for any of this shit. You're paying. This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on you, Rick. You had your fucking opportunity. Fuck. Fucking unbelievable.
Fucking believable. There you go.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know.
He just makes me feel like I need a bath. He's just so.
I feel fucking dirty. At least I don't
Yeah.
feel like my blood pressure is high anymore, because now I'm just like, man, he really is a piece of shit. Kind of.
Ugh. He makes me sick. Really.
Really, for real. Yeah.
My stomach is like he just makes me sick.
Fucking dirty. Fat fuck.
And why is he so bad at his job, dude? He's been there for decades. Why is he so bad at his job?
I don't know. That was just kind of sick to me.
Yeah, it made me nauseous. Watching it through, without talking and cutting in, I think that helps. But watching it all the way through made me sick. It's gross.
They didn't even try to pull fingerprints off of the unspent round. And her excuse was that the state of Indiana, the state labs don't do that anymore. That's what she testified to. They didn't even bother to try to pull any type of fingerprints or DNA off of that unspent round.
The blackouts would be the stuff about the polygraphs. I mean, and other things. I don't know what, but we
I don't
do
know.
know
He's
the
still talking
polygraphs.
at the very end. Is he still yelling at him about take a polygraph? I mean, that's kind of weird.
That's what I mean. There's too many of them for it to have kept coming up. But then again, Holman kept saying the same things over and over again.
Yeah, Holman was pretty boring.
Well, he wasn't boring. He's just, that's all he had. The things that he said were the same troll farm talking points and is the only things that he had and the only thing he still has. Unless you count the confessions, which honestly, if they were compelling enough, you'd think they could just stand on their own, but they had to even lie about those.
That's the only way, but that's the only way, only thing they got, only piece of quote unquote evidence that they were able to admit.
That was more than what they had on October.
They arrested him.
Yeah.
Just think about that. That's fucking crazy.
Nothing else from,
didn't have enough.
Nothing else from the items they collected from his house and tested connected him to the crime. None of his devices connected him to the crime.
Nothing from the car.
Nothing from the car connected him to the crime. Nothing at the scene connected him to the crime.
He killed these two girls and went and got in his car.
No additional people called in any tips. No additional witnesses came forward. Nothing. Nothing.
Nope. Walking down the street all muddy and bloody. Gets in his car. No DNA. All right. I'm going to go eat dinner. I fucking hate that guy. As always, you guys, thank you guys for hanging out with us. I will do my best to be back tomorrow, but I don't know. Don't hold me to it. I'm gonna try. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And Andrew, I mean, thank you so much for all the memberships. I don't know if you're still here, and for the super chat, Southern Mom, Streets of Bakersfield. Thank you so much for that. Thank you guys for joining. Post Punk Mama, Salty C for 32 months. I'm telling you, she's my oldest one. Idaho Charlie, thank you for the super chat. And like I said, thank you guys for being here. I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you can spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here with us. And regardless whether you agree with me or disagree with me, or you're just looking to get to Alcatraz, I appreciate you being here. And I'll see you guys as soon as I can. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.